Chapter 2573. The appearance of the three seemed to have caused a bit of a commotion. Not far away, a shifter quickly rushed over to investigate. Before he could even get close, the Monster King in Yang Kai's hand let out a low roar and shot out like lightning, heading straight for the shifter. There was a miserable cry. The shifter didn't even see who had ambushed him before he was pinned to the ground. The Monster King opened his mouth and bit down on the shifter's neck, swallowing mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, there was a burst of miserable howls. The shifter who had been pinned to the ground struggled but was unable to break free. Gradually, there was no more movement. A moment later, the Monster King got up, wiped the corner of his mouth, and turned back. The shifter's blood seemed to be a great supplement to him. His originally skinny appearance had improved a bit. At the very least, his skin had a bit more luster. Even his flesh had grown a lot, and his withered vitality had increased a bit. He glanced at Yang Kai with a somewhat complicated expression, but in the end, he lowered his head and sighed heavily. "Monster King, how should I address you?" Yang Kai asked. "Xia Wu Wei." The Monster King replied unhappily. However, seeing that Yang Kai didn't slight him in the slightest because he was a soul slave, he felt a lot more relieved. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would order him around as soon as he came up. If that really happened, with his explosive temper, he definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. No fear, no matter. Monster King, what a good name. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xiao Wei waved his hand and said, "I just randomly came up with it." After a moment of silence, he asked again, "How should I address you?" Yang Kai said, "Just call me Young Master Yang." Xiao Wei nodded slightly and said, "Young Master Yang, you said that you wanted me to do something. I wonder what it is." He looked like he couldn't wait to finish Yang Kai's matter. Then, he would be able to get rid of his intentions of controlling him. He didn't hide it at all. No rush. Yang Kai chuckled. "First, take me back to your territory. What I want to do can't be done without help." "You want to return to your own territory?" Xiao Wu Wei had a disgusted look on his face. As one of the 32 Monster Kings, he had a revered status. If he was seen with a human, he would definitely be punished. Furthermore, he was being ordered around by this human. Where was he supposed to put his face in the future? As if reading his mind, Yang Kai said, "Monster King, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. If your subordinates ask, you can say that I'm a friend from the outside world who came to visit you. It doesn't matter if the ancient land demon clan has 1 or 2 human friends outside, right?" The corner of Xiao Wu Wei's mouth twitched, and he said against his will, "It's okay." If not for the fact that the soul seal was controlled by Yang Kai, he would not have obeyed his orders. But now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. Then, the three of them started to move and headed deeper into the ancient lands. Xiao Wei was undoubtedly very familiar with the ancient wildlands, so he didn't need to hide at all as he led Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi on a rampage. Along the way, a few ignorant demons would occasionally come to investigate. They all became food for Xiao Wu Wei to replenish his vitality. Half a day later, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. There were some buildings on the mountain. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai found that these buildings were clearly made of large and small stones. There wasn't much beauty in them, but they looked rough and bold, just like the nature of the Monster Clan. There were countless caves on the mountainside, and many Monster Clan members lived in them. The arrival of Yang Kai and the others had obviously alarmed these Monster Clan members. They all walked out of the caves to investigate, but before they could see clearly, the three of them had already rushed into the only hall. Immediately, several beautiful maidservants in the hall greeted them. They looked at Xiao Wu Wei in fear and bowed. "Master!" Xiao Wu Wei was in a bad mood, so he didn't bother to pay attention to these maidservants. He rushed in without looking at them. However, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, who followed behind Xiao Wu Wei, attracted the attention of the maidservants. After all, the two of them didn't have the slightest demonic chi on them. They were clearly humans. They didn't know why Xiao Wu Wei had brought 2 humans back with him. Moreover, these 2 humans didn't seem to be the master's captives. In the hall, there was a white bone throne. It was unknown what kind of demonic beast it was carved from. It was crude as always. Xiao Wu Wei directly walked forward, turned around, and sat on it. His tiger-like eyes looked disdainfully in all directions, and he had a sense of majesty. But soon, Xiaowui's expression became awkward. As soon as he returned to his own place, he calmed down and forgot about his current situation. Seeing Yang Kai standing below and looking at him with a smile, Xiaowui quickly stood up. "Monster King, please sit down. We are just your friends from outside." Yang Kai transmitted his voice. He had seen the Monster King's unyielding temper, so he didn't want to embarrass him too much. After all, there were still things for him to do, so he didn't need to care too much about superficial things. Xiaowei was grateful. He felt that this human was reasonable, so the rejection in his heart wasn't as strong. He sat down again and stretched out his hand. "Young Master Yang, please sit." Yang Kai smiled slightly, turned around, and walked to the side. He found a place to sit down and looked around. He found that this place was much more impressive than Yang Yue's. Whether it was the style or the layout, it was on a different level. He thought to himself, "The Monster King is worthy of being the Monster King." Yang Yue, a mere monster general, couldn't compare at all. When he came here just now, he also felt the aura of many 12th Order monster beasts on this mountain. In other words, they were more or less equivalent to the masters of the Emperor Realm. The Monster King had so many subordinates of the Emperor Realm, so how many were there in the 32 roads? Not to mention, there were also the 4 great divine spirits in the ancient wildland. If such a group of monsters were to be brought out, unless the 10 great emperors joined forces to resist, they would probably be able to sweep through the entire star boundary. The ancient wildland was really not to be underestimated. Zhang Ruo, she obediently stood behind him, her pair of beautiful eyes looking around curiously. "Come," Xiaowei shouted in a deep voice. Immediately, 6 monster race cultivators with imposing auras rushed in. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this, because these monster race cultivators gave him the feeling that they were no weaker than second-order Emperor Realm Masters. The 6 monster race cultivators entered the hall and cupped their fists in unison. "Greetings, Master." Xiaowei raised his hand slightly, indicating that they did not need to be so courteous. Only then did he speak. "Did anything happen while this king was away?" He did not tell his subordinates that he had accidentally fallen into the 10,000 spirit tomb. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain how he had escaped. A thin monster race cultivator on the left immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists, reporting to Master. "This subordinate has something important to report." "What is it?" Xiaowei asked indifferently without raising his eyes. He took the tea handed to him by his maidservant and took a sip. He did not know what the tea was made of. It was dark red and as thick as blood, but it exuded a strange fragrance. When the monster race cultivator heard this question, he glanced hesitantly at Yang Kai, who was sitting next to him, and hesitated. He clearly did not want to report this matter in front of a human, so as to avoid leaking secrets. Xiaowei took a sip of the tea, put down the bone cup, and raised his eyes. "There is no harm in speaking. Young Master Yang is this king's friend in life and death. There is nothing to hide." He said this out of helplessness. Now that his soul seal was controlled by Yang Kai, his life and death were in Yang Kai's hands. Even if he wanted Yang Kai to retreat, he was powerless. He secretly regretted it. If he had known that something was going to happen, he would not have summoned his subordinates. Now that the situation was not good, he could only force himself to let his subordinates report. The monster race cultivators were also surprised when they heard this. When they saw a human sitting in the hall before, they were full of suspicion. They did not know who this human was and why the Monster King Master was so welcoming. Now that they heard Xiaowei say that this human was a friend in life and death, they were even more shocked. Since when did the Monster King Master have such a good relationship with a human? However, on second thought, the Monster King Master once left the ancient land several decades ago. It seemed that he went out to the human world. It was said that the trip was extremely dangerous and he almost lost his life. Later on, they heard that the Monster King was saved by a human and could safely return to the ancient land. Unknowingly, the monster race cultivators connected Yang Kai to the benefactor who saved Xiaowei's life. They suddenly understood, and the arrogance and disdain in their eyes disappeared. The monster race cultivator said in a deep voice, "Master, there is a change in the blood gate." The blood gate. Xiao Wei stopped what he was doing and looked at his subordinates in shock. The latter nodded slightly. Xiao Wei's breathing suddenly quickened, and he said in a deep voice, "Is the news accurate?" The monster race cultivator said, "There is no doubt about it." At first, it was a subordinate of the Rhino Thunder Monster King who discovered the situation. However, many people saw it at that time and reported it one after another. Now, the situation at the Blood Gate has alarmed the 4 Saint Venerables, and they are all sending people to investigate. Xiao Wei suddenly became a little uneasy. He stood up and said hurriedly, "Tell me the details." "Yes," the monster race cultivator replied. He organized his words and said, "More than a month ago, the Blood Gate suddenly erupted with a bloody light and rushed into the sky. However, it only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. However, during this month, the Blood Gate has clearly become a little different from before. It seems to be emitting a kind of magical power. Many people can't help but want to rush in after getting close to it. Many people have already been killed there." Bloodline attraction? Xiao Wei's eyes flashed wildly. The monster race cultivator nodded and said, "We also guess so." This subordinate risked his life to go investigate and found that the Blood Gate could indeed attract this subordinate, making this subordinate want to rush in regardless of everything. If it wasn't for Shu Yu and the others at the critical moment, this subordinate would have been killed. All signs show that the Blood Gate is about to open, and the ancient rumors are true. Xiao Wei listened with a face full of excitement. He put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth on the high platform. After a while, he stopped and said in a deep voice, "What did the Saint Venerables say?" The monster race cultivator said, "The Saint Venerables are all in agreement. They don't want us to mistakenly believe the rumors and throw away our lives. Now, the 8 envoys near the Blood Gate have all been dispatched and sealed off the surroundings. No one can get close." Mistakenly believe the rumors. Xiao Wei sneered, "The attraction of bloodline is our instinct. The Saint Venerables thought that they would be safe and sound after blocking the mouths of others. They have a good plan. I'm afraid they are just worried that 1 or 2 more Saint Venerables will appear and affect their status." Chapter 2574. Xiao Wei's face was filled with indignation, and his arrogant words made his subordinates tremble in fear. They secretly thought that their master still had a bad temper. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, if those Saint Venerables heard this, their master would not be able to bear the consequences. "Bloodgate, what is that?" Yang Kai, who had been listening for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. He had heard Yang Yue mention the blood door before, so he knew that it was one of the 2 forbidden areas of the savage, desolate ancient lands like the All-Spirit Tomb. However, from Xiao Wei's expression and words, this blood door seemed to have a lot of implications. Even the 4 saint spirits of the ancient lands had interfered. This was not a small matter. Yang Kai was currently searching for Xiao Xiao and Lao San in the savage, desolate ancient lands, so it was not a bad thing to know more about the situation here. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Xiao Wei was startled and suddenly realized that there were 2 outsiders here, causing his mouth to twitch. He was too excited just now and actually forgot about this. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. Yang Kai smiled and picked up the red tea that the maid beside him had served. He smelled it but didn't dare to drink it, afraid that this thing was made with blood. He said it lightly, but Xiao Wei didn't dare to ignore it. After all, Yang Kai was already interested, so who knew what he was thinking? He could only say, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. The blood door has nothing to do with humans. It is a forbidden area for the living beings of the ancient lands." Yang Kai said, "I heard that the blood door and all-spirit tomb are the 2 forbidden areas of the ancient lands. Is that true?" Xiao Wei nodded. "That's right. The all-spirit tomb is the place where the living beings of the ancient lands grow old and die. However, the blood door is where we are reborn. 1 life and 1 death. It is divided into 2 levels." "Reborn?" Yang Kai was stunned. Xiao Wei said in a deep voice, "According to the ancient legends, after entering the blood door, you will be reborn. return to your ancestral bloodline, and become a saint spirit. Become a saint spirit. Yang Kai was shocked. Could it be that after entering the blood door, one can become a saint spirit? Xiaowei nodded and said, that's the literal meaning. But no one knew exactly what was going on. Ever since the ancient land was born, the forbidden blood door had been there. No one could get close to it, and no one could enter it. However, that ancient rumor had been passed down from generation to generation. In the ancient land, even the little monsters who had just gained intelligence knew this rumor. I won't hide it from you, young Master Yang. We all have the desolate bloodline. Strength and aptitude were also related to the thickness of one's bloodline. If he could fully activate the bloodline in his body, he would be able to restore the glory of the ancestral bloodline. Naturally, he would possess the power of a holy spirit. Yang Kai was amazed. There's actually such a place in this world. Does the blood door really have such a miraculous effect? Xiaowei said, no one can confirm whether it has such a miraculous effect, but there are rumors that there are indeed a few holy spirits who came out of the blood door. However, it's been so long that there's no way to verify it. But no matter what, the blood door is a great fortune for the creatures of the ancient land. It's just like the legends of carps leaping over the dragon gate and transforming into dragons. The existence of the blood door is like that dragon gate. Who wouldn't want to give it a try? The Monster King also wants to go? Yang Kai's eyes revealed a strange look. Xiaowei scoffed. That would require the master to give him a chance. They have sent out the 8 great saint envoys to seal off the surroundings. Who can get close? However, if we do this, it will be a bit embarrassing. If we're talking about who knows the secrets of the blood door the most, it will undoubtedly be the 4 Saint Masters. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Hearing Xiaowei's words, he immediately understood the meaning of the blood door. If he could really activate the ancestral bloodline in the bodies of the creatures of the ancient land, then his strength would definitely soar. This blood door was indeed a place of new life. It was the complete opposite of the 10,000 spirit tombs place of old age and death. The world was so big, and there were indeed all sorts of strange things. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for Xiao Xiao entering the savage, desolate ancient land, he probably wouldn't have been able to imagine that there would be such a magical place in this world. The few Saint Masters have been accumulating power for a long time. Once the 8 envoys come out, I'm afraid no one will dare to make a move for the time being. In the end, I'm afraid it'll backfire. Pass down the order to closely monitor the situation at the blood door. If there's any movement, report it immediately. I don't believe that those 30 or so old fellows will obediently go into hiding. Xiaowei waved his hand and said. The old fellows he was referring to were undoubtedly the other 31 Monster King. When Yang Kai heard this, he faintly realized that this savage, desolate, ancient land didn't seem to be a monolithic place. Yes, sir. The skinny goblin clan received the order and immediately went to prepare. Xiaowei stood on the high platform, his expression uncertain as he pondered for a while. Only then did he suddenly raise his head to look at Yang Kai and say, Young Master Yang, what did you say you wanted this king to help with? Looking for someone. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Who are you looking for? Xiaowei asked in surprise. It's that crazy woman you saw earlier. As Yang Kai spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. With a ripple, the image of old San appeared. When Xiaowei saw it, his face couldn't help but darken. He still remembered the scene when old San smashed him with his inner core in the myriad spirit tomb. I have some relationship with this woman. Her mind is not clear right now, so it's very dangerous for her to wander around the savage, desolate, ancient land. So I need to find her and take her away. This wasn't difficult, so Xiaowei was relieved when he heard this. He was originally worried that Yang Kai would take his soul seal and ask him to do something difficult, but now it seemed that it was just looking for a person, which was really a small matter. He turned his gaze to a man with the face of a rat and said, Shu Yu, pass down the order. Tell our brothers to pay more attention to this woman's whereabouts. If they find anything, report it immediately. Also, don't let anyone hurt her. The goblin clan man named Shu Yu immediately cupped his fists and said, Yes, sir. He turned around and left. Xiaowei turned to look at Yang Kai and said, If this woman is still in the savage, desolate, ancient land, as soon as she shows herself, this king's subordinates will definitely notice her. Young Master Yang, just wait for good news. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Monster King. Xia Wuwei's mouth twitched, and he said against his will, Young Master Yang's matter is this king's matter. No need to be so polite. Men, take young Master Yang to rest and settle him down. He couldn't wait to send Yang Kai away. In the end, it was because he felt uneasy being with Yang Kai, and he was afraid that his subordinates would notice something wrong and lose face. No rush. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted him. I still need to ask Monster King for some information. Xia Wuwei frowned slightly as he looked at him. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and was about to condense a small image when suddenly, a loud noise came from below. Then, the whole hall shook, and the maidservants screamed in fright. The 4 Goblin Clan men's faces also changed. Roar. A muffled roar suddenly came from the depths of the ground, like a beast that had been trapped for thousands of years. It was extremely oppressive, and everyone could feel the anger of the owner of the roar. Yang Kai was as still as a mountain, and he looked at Xia Wuwei curiously. He didn't know what happened here, and what kind of monster was suppressed under the mountain. Xia Wuwei's face didn't look good either. He turned to look at the Goblin Clan men below and shouted, That big guy still hasn't surrendered? One of the Goblin Clan men said with an ugly face, That thing is a little stubborn. We used many methods, but we still couldn't make it surrender. A bunch of trash. Xia Wuwei snorted coldly. The Goblin Clan men were scolded until they couldn't raise their heads. I'll go take a look myself. Xia Wuwei didn't know what use the suppressed monster under the mountain had. He waved his sleeves and was about to ask about it himself, but after walking a few steps, he turned back and said, I've neglected young Master Yang. Something has happened here, and I need to go take care of it. You follow my maidservant to rest, and I'll come back later to apologize. It's okay. I'll go and join in the fun. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xia Wuwei rolled his eyes, but he couldn't stop Yang Kai, so he could only walk forward. The remaining 4 Goblin Clan men hurried to follow, and they were muttering in their hearts. They felt that the Monster King Master was too polite to this human, even allowing him to participate in such a confidential matter. After leaving the hall, they quickly came to a cave, and the group went in one by one. The cave seemed to be the entrance, and there were stairs leading down to who knows where. There were fluorite stones on both sides of the cave, so it didn't seem dark. The few of them took large strides as if they were flying, rushing down the stairs. After descending for more than a few thousand feet, the terrain suddenly opened up, revealing a spacious underground palace. There were many Goblin Clan members gathered in the underground palace, but at this moment, these Goblin Clan members were facing a great enemy. Many Goblin Clan members even revealed their true forms, looking at the underground palace in horror. Seeing the arrival of Xia Wuwei and a few of his subordinates, these Goblin Clan members retreated to the side, their expressions respectful and fearful. Xia Wuwei glanced around, reached out his hand to summon a small Goblin Clan member, and shouted, What's the situation? The small Goblin Clan member's face was pale, and he stammered, We don't know. That big guy suddenly woke up and flew into a rage. We were too weak to stop him, and several of our brothers have already died. If it weren't for the god-binding chains that Master personally set up, I'm afraid he would have already escaped. Scram, what use do I have for you? Xia Wuwei's expression was displeased, and with a wave of his sleeve, he swept the small Goblin Clan member to the side and walked straight into the depths of the underground palace. Roar! Another roar came out, and the sound waves wrapped in a gust of wind swept through the underground palace, causing everyone's clothes and hair to flutter. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise as he wondered what kind of strange thing was being suppressed in this underground palace that possessed such power. Out of curiosity, he focused his vision and looked inside. What he saw made Yang Kai's expression turn blank, as if he had been struck by lightning, and he froze on the spot, saying in a trembling voice, Shao Shao. A few dozen feet away, there was a huge humanoid creature that was at least 15 feet tall. It was chained to the ground by a series of black chains. That huge creature had distinct edges and corners. At first glance, It seemed to be carved out of stone. Its entire body glowed with a stone luster. However, it had distinct facial features and strong limbs. It was full of explosive power. The big guy in front of him was clearly Xiao Xiao after she grew up. Chapter 2575. When the group of monster race cultivators heard this, they all looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, muttering in their hearts, "Small? That guy is clearly a big guy. Is this human blind?" And this was only because of the suppression of the God-binding chain. If it weren't for the God-binding chain, this big guy would have grown even bigger and could have destroyed the entire underground palace. But before he could finish his thoughts, he saw Yang Kai had already taken a step forward, his eyes filled with a complex look, as if the only thing left in his world was the monster and nothing else. Xiao Wei was shocked and shouted in a low voice, "Young Master Yang, be careful. This thing is violent and powerful. Please step aside and let this king deal with it." He didn't know what Yang Kai was up to, but he had personally experienced how difficult the monster was to deal with. Back then, in order to subdue it, many of his subordinates had died. Even he was beaten to the point of vomiting 3 liters of blood and almost died on the spot. If it weren't for this monster's tyrannical strength and wanting to subdue it for his own use, Xiao Wei would have killed it long ago instead of being imprisoned here. Yang Kai was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was restrained by the God-binding chain, he wouldn't have a good ending. Yang Kai ignored him and continued to move forward. Xiao Wei frowned and was about to step forward to stop him, but he saw Zhang Ruoshi move and block him with her hand. "What is the meaning of this, young lady?" Xiao Wei looked at Zhang Ruoshi with a gloomy face. A mere third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to be so presumptuous towards him. If it weren't for his soul seal being controlled, he would have already slapped her. Ruoshi wasn't afraid and said indifferently, "Since Sir is acting like this, then he must have his own plans." "He has his own plans. Monster King, just wait and see." She didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, nor did she know why Yang Kai suddenly stepped forward. She just didn't want anyone to disturb him out of her blind trust in Yang Kai. Xiao Wei was furious. If it weren't for the fact that he was now a soul slave and his life and death were closely related to Yang Kai's safety, why would he care about his life or death? He stood in place with an ugly face. His demonic chi had already been secretly activated, ready to pounce on the rescue at any time. At the same time, he gave a look to his subordinates, telling them to hurry and save people if they sensed that something was wrong. All the demons were perturbed as they focused their attention on the scene. However, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the massive creature. Not Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai looked at the stone giant in front of him, and the excitement in his heart gradually faded. He gradually realized that the stone giant in front of him was not his Xiao Xiao. This was because he had an inexplicable spiritual connection with Xiao Xiao. If this stone giant was really Xiao Xiao, there was no way he hadn't sensed it before. Most importantly, even though he was already close enough, the stone giant was still roaring angrily, as if it wanted to kill him. It struggled madly, but it was locked in place by the God-binding chain. The chains rattled as he tossed them around. Roar! The stone giant roared. The strong wind blew Yang Kai's face out of shape. The whole underground palace was filled with sand and stones, and the walls of the palace rumbled as if they would collapse at any time. Yang Kai released his divine consciousness and tried to communicate with the stone giant, but he found that the stone giant was in a state of rage and had no intention of responding to him. Helpless, he could only ask, "Are you Xiao Xiao's tribesman?" To suddenly encounter a stone giant that looked exactly like Xiao Xiao in a place like this, Yang Kai couldn't help but think of something. In this world, there might not only be 2 stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao and the Dharmakaya. There might be another special tribe in this world. Perhaps Xiao Xiao sensed that there was a tribe that belonged to her here, so she entered the savage wilderness ancient land. Or perhaps the stone giant knew Xiao Xiao. Roar! The stone giant's reply was still an angry roar, and the demons were frightened. They secretly thought that this human was really brave. He was facing a stone giant that even the Monster King Master was almost no match for, and he was still so calm. Not to mention anything else, just this courage alone was enough to make the demons respect him. But he was a little stupid. They didn't know if he would be smashed into a meat patty later. Have you seen it before? Yang Kai reached out and pointed, and an image of Xiao Xiao condensed in front of him. In the image, Xiao Xiao's appearance when they were separated was clearly shown. He was simple-minded and his eyes were lively. He was only half the height of a human, and his stone skin was sharp and angular, as if he was wearing a layer of stone armor. He looked extremely sturdy. The most important thing was that he was carrying a pitch-black stick on his shoulder. He had one hand on the stick and the other on his forehead as he looked into the distance. The roaring stone giant suddenly quieted down, and his angry eyes stared blankly at the illusory image. He then looked up at Yang Kai, and the anger in his eyes gradually dissipated, revealing a trace of confusion. The main thing was that Xiao Xiao, who was carrying the heaven-shaking pillar, was too unconventional. You've seen it before, right? Yang Kai observed the stone giant's expression and was delighted. The stone giant was silent for a while, and then slowly nodded. As expected, Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Where is Xiao Xiao now? Is he okay?" He couldn't wait to know Xiao Xiao's current situation. He blamed himself for parting with Xiao Xiao in the Starlight Corridor back then. Lu Yin was quickly found, and there was even news of Qi Yu and the others. Now, they were all settled in Thousand Leaves sect to cultivate. Only Xiao Xiao remained unheard of. The star boundary was a dangerous place, so he didn't know how Xiao Xiao was doing, especially when he heard Yin Lu Sheng say that Xiao Xiao had entered the ancient wildlands. Now that he suddenly had a clue about Xiao Xiao, how could he not be happy? He couldn't wait to drill into this stone giant's head and investigate Xiao Xiao's current situation. The stone giant opened his mouth and spoke in a muffled voice. "Who are you to Xiao Xiao?" His words weren't very clear, and it was obvious that he rarely spoke, but his voice was like thunder, shaking the entire Earth Palace. The group of monster race masters were stunned as they stared blankly ahead, each of them wailing in their hearts. This big fellow had actually spoken. They had always thought that this big fellow didn't have intelligence and couldn't communicate with living beings. But now they understood that it wasn't that he didn't have intelligence and couldn't communicate, but rather that he was too lazy to pay attention to them. Xie Wuwei's eyes flashed with surprise as he was secretly shocked. Seeing this, he also understood that Yang Kai seemed to have some kind of relationship with this stone giant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to quell his anger so easily and allow him to speak. He had spent a great deal of effort to capture this stone giant, so wouldn't Yang Kai vent his anger on him? Xie Wuwei felt uncomfortable in his heart. If Yang Kai really did vent his anger on him in front of so many of his subordinates, where would he put his old face? He secretly wondered if he should ask his subordinates to withdraw first so that he wouldn't be in an awkward situation later. Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai grinned as he realized that the stone giant in front of him was referring to Xiao Xiao, nodding. "I hatched this little guy with my own blood essence and raised him single-handedly." There was no need for further explanation. These two sentences were enough. Hearing this, the stone giant nodded and said in a booming voice, "So the benefactor that Elder was talking about is you." Elder? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, wondering where this elder had come from, but he wasn't in the mood to ask, so he only asked, "How is Xiao Xiao now? Has he encountered any danger these past few years?" The stone giant said in a booming voice, "Since you are Xiao Xiao's benefactor, then you are a guest of my tribe, so there is no need to hide anything from you. Xiao Xiao found his own tribe many years ago, and the tribe accepted him, so he is very safe now." "You have your own tribe?" Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Although he had some guesses before, he couldn't help but be shocked after confirming them. The stone mongoose tribe was born invulnerable to swords and spears, possessing extraordinary strength. When they reached their peak, one of them alone would be difficult to deal with, but if a group of them came, even saint spirits would have to retreat. The stone giant said proudly, "My stone spirit tribe may be few in number, but we have not reached the point of extinction. Why are you so surprised?" Stone spirit tribe. Yang Kai was a bit speechless. It seemed that calling them the stone mongoose tribe was a bit wrong. They called themselves the stone spirit tribe, but it was just a name anyway, so it didn't matter. "Can you take me to see Xiao Xiao?" Yang Kai asked again. As soon as these words came out, the stone giant in front of him was silent for a while, then said, You want to take Xiao Xiao away? Xiao Xiao is now a member of the tribe, so he can't leave with you. My stone spirit tribe is not bound by anyone, and anyone who dares to have ideas about my stone spirit tribe is an enemy. Yang Kai said with a smile, I just want to see him, not take him away. The stone giant looked him up and down, then nodded and said, You are not lying. Yang Kai was surprised, thinking that the stone giant could tell whether he was lying or not. However, he didn't know much about the stone spirit tribe, and he didn't know if they had any special divine technique other than refining ores. I can satisfy your request, but right now, the stone giant said as he pulled the chains that bound his limbs. There was a clattering sound, indicating that Yang Kai couldn't even protect himself right now, and he was afraid that he couldn't do anything. That's easy, Yang Kai replied, then turned around and said, Monster King, please come here. Xia Wuwei's mouth twitched, and he walked over reluctantly. He heard the conversation between Yang Kai and the stone giant clearly, so he knew what Yang Kai wanted him to do. It was not easy for him to catch the stone giant alone, so he imprisoned him here, hoping that he could completely make him work for him. Who knew that Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Young Master Yang, what are your orders? Xia Wuwei walked closer, lowered his voice, and pretended to ask. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, Let him go. Xia Wuwei was hesitant. The stone giant stared at him angrily, as if he wanted to kill his father and steal his wife, and was absolutely irreconcilable. Xia Wuwei said with a bitter face, Young Master Yang, it's not that I don't want to, but look at him. If I let him go, I'm afraid that he will immediately cause trouble for me. I don't want this place anymore, and if he wants to cause trouble, my mountain will be razed to the ground. Chapter 2576. This was not an exaggeration. The rock spirits were born with the ability to control the laws of the earth. It was normal for them to move mountains and seas with a flip of their hand. Yang Kai turned to look at the rock giant and said, He'll let you go. How about you let him go? The rock giant snorted. Anyone who dares to attack the rock spirit tribe is an enemy. He was unwilling to give up, which made Yang Kai speechless. Young Master Yang, look. Xia Wuwei pointed at the rock giant, which meant that it was not that he did not want to let him go, but that he could not do anything about it. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and looked at the rock giant helplessly. He said, The Monster King is strong. If we fight again, both sides will suffer. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. How about you just let it go? You have nothing to lose anyway. You should let him go. The stone giant snorted twice. It seemed that he was still very reluctant. Xia Wuwei also flung his sleeves, very unhappy. Yang Kai looked at the rock giant and said sincerely, Didn't you say that I'm an important guest of your tribe? Can you give me some face? The rock giant huffed and puffed for a while, then said unhappily, Fine, let's leave it at that. He was willing to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. Yang Kai immediately signaled to Xia Wuwei, Let him go. Although Xia Wuwei was still a little reluctant, he couldn't change Yang Kai's mind. He could only push his monster chi, and in an instant, monster chi filled the air and rushed towards the black chains that were binding the stone giant. It was unknown what Xia Wuwei did, but after a few cracking sounds, the chains binding the stone giant fell to the ground. Seeing that the rock giant was free, Xia Wuwei immediately flashed behind Yang Kai. He was vigilant. It was not that he was afraid of the rock giant. It was just that this thing was not to be trifled with. If he took a punch, he would vomit blood. If he had a choice, Xia Wuwei did not want to fight with him. The rock giant only glanced at Xia Wuwei with a fierce look in his eyes. However, he kept his promise and did not do anything as soon as he was free. Yang Kai said, Can you take me to Xiao Xiao now? The stone giant nodded lightly. With a series of crackling sounds coming from his body, he directly transformed from 5 zhang tall to as tall as a person. All of a sudden, he became much more refined. He waved his hand at Yang Kai, then strode out in large strides, treating Xia Wu as if he was nothing. That was what one would call condescending. Yang Kai hurriedly followed. Xia Wuwei had a sour expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he also followed. All the monsters were puzzled. They didn't know why the Monster King Master would listen to a human's instructions and release the stone giant that they had painstakingly captured. Xiao Wei naturally couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. He just walked up with a sullen face. After an incense stick's worth of time, the group left the underground palace. He returned to the ground. The stone giant turned its head and looked around. After identifying the direction, he didn't say anything. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the dense jungle. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only anxiously say to Xiao Wei, "Monster King, please pay attention to what I asked you to do. After you find that woman, it would be best if you can capture her safely. If you can't, send someone to monitor her. I will be back. Don't hurt her." Xiao Wei looked bitter, but he had to cup his fists and say, "Rest assured, young Master Yang, this king will not disappoint you. However, young Master Yang, you must be careful." He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to leave without returning. However, if Yang Kai was in any danger, as a soul slave, he wouldn't have it easy either. Naturally, he didn't want Yang Kai to be in any danger. Yang Kai didn't have time to talk to him. He just nodded and wrapped Zhang Ruo Shi in his Emperor Qi. Using his space principles, he disappeared and chased after the stone giant. The group of monster beasts watched Yang Kai leave before they came forward and looked at Xiao Wei in confusion. They didn't know what the Monster King Master was up to. Xiao Wei said with a sullen face, "Today's matter is not to be leaked, or you will be killed without mercy." The group of monster beasts were terrified, and they all cupped their fists and said yes. The stone giant didn't seem to be able to fly, but its jumping ability was beyond imagination. Every time it jumped, it would cover a distance of several thousand feet, so its speed wasn't slow. After waiting for Yang Kai for a while, the stone giant saw that Yang Kai was quickly following and continued forward without looking back. He was undoubtedly very familiar with the ancient wildlands. Along the way, he avoided the territories of many powerful existences and didn't cause too many twists and turns. However, Yang Kai telling him not to embarrass Yang Kai seemed to have made him a little unhappy, so along the way, he didn't want to communicate with him at all. Yang Kai wanted to ask him about the Stone Spirit Clan and Xiao Xiao, but he didn't have a chance and could only follow behind. Ruo Shi could also see that Yang Kai had something on his mind, so she didn't say a word and didn't dare to disturb him. The journey was rather depressing. After a full day and night in the ancient land, the stone giant in front of them suddenly stopped. The stone giant stood on top of a huge tree and looked into the distance under the morning sun. Asterisk Schwa. Asterisk Yang Kai's figure landed beside him and followed his gaze. In the depths of the jungle, there was a lush primitive land. Ancient trees towered into the sky, layer upon layer, and the morning clouds lingered in the air. It was a fairyland. The stone giant stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and hammered his own chest, making a thumping sound. Zhang Ruo Shi watched with a frightened expression, afraid that he would beat himself to death. Roar! The stone giant roared towards the sky, with an inexplicable emotion in his voice. The roar fluctuated, as if he was using some mysterious means to transmit a message. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the surrounding birds flew away in fright and beasts scattered. Immediately afterward, in the depths of the jungle, another roar sounded, responding to the stone giant's call. Yang Kai's mood was surging, because after arriving here, he suddenly felt that somewhere in the jungle, there was an invisible telepathic connection that suddenly connected with him. This was a connection between bloodlines that couldn't be erased even after 10,000 years. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's birth was catalyzed by Yang Kai using his own blood essence. In other words, Yang Kai's blood flowed in Xiao Xiao's body. This was a connection that went deep into his bones and could not be severed by anyone or anything. The elder has agreed to let you enter the tribal territory. Come with me. The stone giant next to him suddenly turned his head and said, then jumped down from the canopy and dashed through the jungle as nimbly as an ape. Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and followed suit. A gray figure half the height of a person dashed through the jungle towards Yang Kai's direction. The distance between the two sides was rapidly closing, and even though they were separated by thousands of trees, the two could clearly feel each other's existence. Asterisk Show. Yang Kai's movements paused, and he suddenly stopped in place. Immediately afterward, in front of him, a gray light rushed towards him like a bolt of lightning. Ruoshi was shocked, thinking that she had encountered a sneak attack, and immediately summoned the 10,000 Beast seal, but soon she realized that she had misunderstood. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was actually smiling and stretching out his hand. The gray light didn't slow down and directly hit Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His whole body was pushed back by a strong force and uncontrollably flew backwards, knocking down several trees in a row before gradually stabilizing. Ahem. Unable to catch his breath, Yang Kai almost suffered internal injuries. Xiao Zhao's hug was a bit violent. Leaning back against a half-tilted tree, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Xiao, who was constantly rubbing his head against him. Woo! Xiao Xiao made a series of inexplicable sounds. Although Yang Kai couldn't understand what it was saying, he could clearly feel its joy and excitement. The excitement of reuniting after such a long time made it impossible for Xiao Xiao to control himself. As soon as they met, Xiao Xiao gave Yang Kai a barbaric bump. Soon, Xiao Xiao seemed to realize that he had done something wrong and quickly got up. Half kneeling in front of Yang Kai, his pair of eyes nervously looked at Yang Kai for fear that he would be injured. He even reached out to pat the dust off Yang Kai's clothes, but the force was a bit too strong. It's okay. Yang Kai patted Xiao Zhao's head and seriously looked at him. After so many years, Xiao Xiao didn't seem to have changed much. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that his aura had become stronger. The stone giant, who had led Yang Kai here, was a little dumbfounded. That small hug just now was indeed just a hug to the Stone Spirit clan, but to a naturally weak human being, that hug was not something that just anyone could bear. Yet this human in front of him was unscathed and even had a smiling expression on his face. This human's body is a bit strong. Woo-woo. Xiao Xiao was still sobbing endlessly. If the rock spirit could cry, then it would surely be covered in tears by now, and its excitement was stuck in its chest, unable to be vented. Xiao Xiao jumped up and down while scratching its ears and cheeks like a monkey that had become a spirit, causing others to find it funny. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao jumped to the side and opened his arms to hug a big tree. Who knows how long this tree has lived? It would take at least 3 people to wrap their arms around it. The tree's crown towered into the clouds, making Xiao Xiao, who was half the height of a human, look like a tiny ant in front of it. However, this hug caused the entire tree to shake violently. Roar! Xiao Zhao's roar instantly caused the ground to tremble. Dense cracks like a spider web appeared at the base of the tree, exposing the roots one by one. Boom! 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 Xiao Xiao continued to lower and raise his arms. Each movement made the tree shake non-stop. After 2 or 3 repetitions, the huge tree was uprooted and the surrounding soil was sent flying. This scene left Ruoshi dumbfounded. She finally understood what true strength was. The uprooted tree was as light as a feather in Xiao Zhao's hand. Directly thrown into the sky, it turned into a small black dot. Who knows where it will end up? Roar! Xiao Xiao roared towards the sky. His roar was continuous, his fists constantly pounding his chest. The thumping sounds were like the beating of war drums. Chapter 2577. Little fool, why aren't you pulling up the honored guest? What are you doing? An old voice suddenly sounded in front of them. Although it was forceful, it was gentle and kind, making those who heard it involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. Xiao Xiao shuddered violently, as if in awe of the owner of this voice. He bounced back to Yang Kai's side and reached out to pull him up, looking at him foolishly. After venting his anger, he finally calmed down. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked forward. What he saw stunned him. Stone spirits that were as tall as a human slowly walked out from various parts of the forest. With a rough count, there were actually 7 or 8 of them. Obviously, they had all sensed the commotion here and gathered over. Those pairs of round eyes were curiously sizing him up. The rock spirit in the middle was particularly prominent, but it wasn't because he was strong or tall. Compared to the other rock spirits, he was a little shorter. His short stature wasn't because of his height, but because his body was a little hunched. The first impression this rock spirit gave off was that he was old. His hunched waist was supported by a stone crutch. The stone skin on his body was also in a cracked state, which was the mark of the endless flowing time great emperor. On his chiseled chin was a small stone awl, like a beard. Only his eyes were extremely bright, flashing with wisdom. The rock spirit clan's innate intelligence was worrisome, but Yang Kai didn't know why. But when he looked into the eyes of this old rock spirit, he saw the reflection of a wise old man. Yang Kai was in awe. He knew that this old rock spirit had probably lived for tens of thousands of years. At the same time, he also realized who this old rock spirit was. He cupped his fists. Bowing, he said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Elder. I took the liberty to disturb you. I hope Elder won't take offense." Hearing this, Zhang Ruoshi knew that this was a master and quickly bowed. The Elder chuckled. His laughter was extremely hearty. "No need to disturb you. My rock spirit clan has been waiting for you for a long time. Today, you have finally arrived." "Waiting for me?" Yang Kai was stunned, but soon seemed to recall something. He turned his head and glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was standing beside him. He smiled and patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder. He thought that it was because of Xiao Xiao that this so-called Elder Shirling said that he had been waiting for him. "Honored guests, you've come from afar and must be tired from the journey. Please follow this old man to rest. My rock spirit clan hasn't had a guest for many years." After the elder finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yang Kai's agreement and turned around to walk into the depths of the forest. Although he looked extremely old and had a walking stick in his hand, his stooped figure moved as if he was flying. Its speed wasn't any slower than the other rock spirits. As soon as he left, the rest of the rock spirits also followed him and left, but before they left, they looked at Yang Kai with a strange gaze. Xiao Xiao grabbed Yang Kai's hand and whimpered a few times before dragging him away. Yang Kai was helpless and could only ask Zhang Ruoshi to follow. After walking for a short while, the group came to a place surrounded by some towering ancient trees. Each of these towering ancient trees was as thick as 10 people hugging around it. There was a tree hole under the tree root. The tree hole seemed to have been turned into a natural treehouse, and there were traces of living creatures living inside. Yang Kai looked at it curiously. He suddenly realized that these tree houses should be where the rock spirit clan lived. Thinking about it, these guys could easily transform into dozens of feet tall and hundreds of feet tall. Ordinary houses really couldn't withstand their torment. This kind of natural treehouse was the best habitat for them. Who knew how many years the rock spirit clan had lived here? Each treehouse had traces of the ancient desolate flowing time great emperor. After arriving here, the rock spirit elder walked straight into a treehouse and disappeared. Another rock spirit came up and bowed with one hand in front of his chest. The elder said that honored guests should rest first and come back to talk at night. Yang Kai glanced at him. He didn't know if this stone spirit was the one captured by Xie Wu Wei. These guys all looked the same. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell them apart unless they lived with them for a long time. Imitating him, Yang Kai bowed with one hand in front of his chest and said politely, "Thank you for your trouble." Although he didn't know why he had to talk at night, he came here to find Xiao Xiao. Now that he had seen Xiao Xiao, his wish had been fulfilled. Other things didn't matter. Whether Xiao Xiao wanted to leave with him or not wasn't something Yang Kai needed to consider. It would be best if Xiao Xiao was willing to leave with him, but if he couldn't abandon his clan and chose to stay, Yang Kai wouldn't force him. Every living creature had their own clan. Xiao Xiao was able to find his own clan and was no longer alone. Yang Kai was sincerely happy for him. "Entertain the guest well." The rock spirit ordered Xiao Xiao again. Xiao Xiao scratched his head and nodded. The rock spirit glanced at him, sighed slightly, and turned away. It seemed to feel helpless towards Xiao Xiao, who was still a child. However, in the entire rock spirit clan, only Xiao Xiao was still a child. There was nothing to be done about him being naughty and willful. After the rock spirit left, Xiao Xiao dragged Yang Kai under a big tree. There was also a treehouse under the tree. It was obviously Xiao Xiao's residence. After Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi followed him inside, Xiao Xiao looked around for a while and suddenly rushed out. Who knows what he ran out to do? After a while, a roar came from a nearby treehouse. "Little guy is being naughty again." Be careful, or I'll tell the elder and have him punish you. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk After a while, Xiao Xiao ran back with 2 stone stools on his shoulders and threw them on the ground. He looked at Yang Kai and pointed at the stone stools while whining. Ruo, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She understood that these 2 stone stools were probably stolen by Xiao Xiao from another rock spirit. Yang Kai also couldn't help but smile. Exchanging a glance with Ruo Shi, he sat down with a shake of his robe. Looking around, Yang Kai found that the tree house was empty. The area was not small, larger than an average house. However, there were no furnishings inside, not even a table or chair. Instead, it was a few stone sculptures nearby that attracted Yang Kai's attention. These stone sculptures looked very rough. It was obvious that the sculptor's skill was not skilled. However, it was still possible to make out that these stone sculptures were of a person, a man. From left to right, the stone sculptures were getting better and better. Finally, the last stone sculpture had clear facial features. After looking at it for a while, Ruo suddenly understood and asked in surprise, "Sir, this is you?" Although the stone sculpture didn't look the slightest bit similar to Yang Kai, Zhang Ruo was still keenly aware of who carved this stone sculpture. Xiao Xiao jumped and jumped, ran to the best stone sculpture, picked it up, and placed it in front of Yang Kai as if he was presenting a treasure. He then pointed at himself, then pointed at him. Yang Kai stared at it in a daze. His heart moved slightly, and he praised, "Good sculpture, very similar." After receiving the praise, Xiao Xiao jumped 3 feet high, somersaulted in the air, and ran to the other stone sculptures, smashing them into pieces. For some unknown reason, it seemed that as long as this stone sculpture was praised by Yang Kai, it was enough. Everything else was just floating clouds. Woo woo, Xiao Xiao waved his arms and drew a few pictures. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you teach yourself all this?" Xiao Xiao nodded fiercely and began to draw again. Yang Kai immediately snorted. "That's because other people don't know what's good for them. Just ignore them." Zhang Ruo, she watched quietly from the side, a faint smile on her face. She suddenly found this scene very warm. She couldn't understand what Xiao Xiao was gesturing, nor could she understand what Xiao Xiao was saying. However, Sir could clearly see what he was trying to express without any mistakes. One man and one stone spirit, using this special method to communicate in this cave, chatting about trivial matters, but it was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. In this primitive jungle, far away from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, the disputes of the outside world seemed to pass like yesterday's clouds, unable to invade this place. Ruo, she could see that Yang Kai and the little stone spirit in front of her had a very good relationship. Ruo, she had never seen Yang Kai so patient. He treated this little stone spirit like his own child, full of tolerance and benevolence. How good would it be if it could always be like this? As long as Sir is willing to stay, I will be happy to stay here, even if I have to live a life isolated from the outside world. Laughter constantly came from the treehouse as time passed quickly. Soon, it was evening, and the sky was getting dark. A stone spirit came in from outside and bowed with one hand on his chest. "Guest, the elder invites you to a banquet." "Banquet?" Yang Kai was startled. Although the elder had told him to come back at night during the day, Yang Kai didn't expect them to prepare a banquet. This made him feel a little flattered. He quickly got up and said, "Thank you, elder. This junior will be right there." The stone spirit nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Xiao no longer gestured with Yang Kai. Instead, he took his hand and dragged him outside. "Xiao Xiao, is there anything you pay attention to here?" Yang Kai asked as he walked. The Stone Spirit Clan could be regarded as a wild alien race that had always lived in the deepest part of the ancient ancient lands. Yang Kai had just arrived here, so naturally, he was worried that he would offend the Stone Spirit Clan. So naturally, he had to ask clearly and do as the Romans did. But Xiao Xiao just kept shaking his head and didn't say anything to him. His mysterious appearance made Yang Kai feel very helpless. After leaving the tree hole, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, she looked up and couldn't help showing a strange light. "It's so beautiful." Ruo, she couldn't help but exclaim. The night in this barren land was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Fireflies were dancing on the ancient trees all around, and between the trees, there were colorful streams of light. Like ribbons, they flew back and forth, embellishing this place as if it was a paradise on earth. Ruashi's eyes were filled with stars. She couldn't wait to live here forever and never leave again. The little girl had always had little resistance to such beautiful things. Yongkai had also spent many nights in the ancient wildlands, but he had never seen a place as beautiful as the stone spirit's residence. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the uncanny workmanship of nature. Chapter 2578. As Xiao Xiao continued to walk forward, she soon arrived at a spacious area. There were already 7 or 8 rock spirits gathered here, standing behind a stone plate. Each of these stone plates was the size of a millstone, probably made by the rock spirit clan themselves and placed here to serve as tables. Behind the stone tables, there were also stone stools. Behind the stone table at the front, the aged rock spirit elder had already taken his seat and was looking over with a smile. When Yongkai and Zhang Ruoshi followed Xiao Xiao through, the rock spirits standing on both sides bowed one after another, making Yongkai feel very embarrassed and could only return the greetings with Zhang Ruoshi and Xiao Xiao. Each of these rock spirits had lived for who knows how many years. It could be said that they lived longer than 90% of the people in the star boundary today. So of course Yongkai couldn't be rude in front of them. Below the elder, there were 2 empty stone tables, obviously prepared for Yongkai and Zhang Ruoshi. When they approached, the elder raised his hand and said, "2 guests, please take a seat." Yongkai excused himself and went to sit behind the elder's stone table. Ruoshi glanced at him and could only go to the other side and sit quietly. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, ran to the back of the table and squeezed in with a rock spirit with a disobedient look, provoking the rock spirit to raise his hand and knock on his head. He immediately behaved himself. "Guests from afar, my rock spirit clan is extremely honored to host a banquet to entertain our esteemed guests. I hope that guests won't mind the shabbiness of the banquet." The elder chuckled, his voice like a thunderclap that was deafening to the ears. Yongkai got up and said, "Elder is too polite. It is this junior's honor to be entertained by a noble. How could I dare to care too much?" The elder smiled and nodded. He gestured for Yongkai to take a seat before continuing. "My stone spirit clan is naturally lacking in clansmen. Everyone here is the only remaining clansman of my clan. Please introduce yourselves to this honored guest so that he doesn't get confused." "Yes." The rock spirits below responded one after another and stood up one by one, saluting in the direction of Yongkai. They introduced themselves: Stone 1, Stone 2, Stone 3. Sheba. Yongkai was dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth twitching. The names of these rock spirits were rather simple. Each and every one of them was named by a number. Including the elders and Xiao Xiao, there were only 10 of them in total. It was truly a little too few. The key was that their self-introductions were meaningless. Yongkai looked at them and felt that they were all made from the same mold. He couldn't tell who was who. Although he couldn't tell, however, they still had to show proper etiquette. Yongkai returned their greetings one by one, looking as if he had remembered them all, but in fact, he was completely clueless. After the introduction of the 8 rock spirits, the elder chuckled and said, "My rock spirit clan is born with a limit of 10. Anything over 10 is certain to die. This is also fate." Yongkai was stunned. "Nobles have never had more than 10 clansmen?" The elder nodded. "That's right." Yongkai suddenly understood. No wonder, even though he had 2 rock spirit embryos back then, in the end, only Xiao Xiao hatched. The other one was really forced to be refined into a Dharmakaya by him. That was how it survived. He thought that he was unlucky. Now it seemed that it wasn't a problem with his cultivation at that time, but fate. He didn't know how this group of rock spirits would react if he released the Dharmakaya. The elder said again, "Although there are few clansmen, we stand aloof from worldly affairs. Just now, we survived until now. We've made a fool of ourselves." Yongkai hurriedly waved his hand. "Let's not talk too much. The banquet will begin now." The elder chuckled and said in a clear voice, "The place is simple and crude, so there's nothing to entertain you. I only offer some spirit fruits and spirit wine. I hope you don't mind." I wouldn't dare, Yang Kai answered, but his face was full of suspicion. Because although this elder said that he would offer some spirit fruits and spirit wine, he didn't see anything at all. Moreover, the 10 clansmen of the Rock Spirit Clan were here, so who would serve wine and fruit? Turning his head to look, he saw that the other 9 rock spirits, including Xiao Xiao, were all sitting firmly in place, not moving at all. Instead, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked into the depths of the forest, their faces filled with excitement. What the hell? Yang Kai was full of suspicion, but he could only wait and see. Clap, clap. The elder suddenly clapped his hands twice, as if summoning something. In an instant, the surrounding trees shone brightly, and colorful rays of light bloomed from the depths of the forest. The ribbons that lingered between the canopy and the trees suddenly came to life. Within the hazy light, there seemed to be numerous petite figures flying through the air, each of them stepping on the floating ribbons. Their bodies emitted a bizarre halo, as if they were celestial beings descending to the mortal world. Such a scene was too beautiful to behold. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he saw a series of petite figures about the length of his arm appear out of nowhere. These little people didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. Instead, their bodies glowed brilliantly, as if they were carved out of jade. The forest suddenly became lively as hundreds of such people rushed out from all directions. There were both men and women. The men's faces were delicate and handsome, while the women's looks were extraordinary. Wearing short skirts, their delicate arms and legs were exposed, and their skin was as white as snow. These people each held something in their hands and flew to the stone table to put down the things in their hands one by one. Soon, each stone table was filled with stone cups, wine jars, and fragrant blue spirit fruits. These small blue jars should also be woven from vines and were very delicate. Each small blue jars were filled with different varieties of spirit fruits. They had long been cleaned, so they could be tasted at will. Yang Kai and Ruoshi had never seen such creatures before, so they couldn't help but stare at them in amazement. A female person flew in front of Yang Kai and put down the small blue jars on her arm. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai staring at her with wide eyes. Immediately, her cheeks flushed red and she covered her face and retreated with a shy look. This made Yang Kai feel quite embarrassed, thinking that he had scared her. On the other side, Zhang Ruoshi stretched out a finger and poked the face of a female person, but the female person reached out and slapped her finger away, pouted, and walked away angrily. Ruoshi couldn't help but stick out her tongue, but her beautiful eyes kept staring at the little people. These petite and beautiful people naturally aroused her great interest. She secretly felt that it would be great if she could take a few back and raise them. Elder, this is... Yang Kai finally recovered and turned his head to look at Elder Shirling. The elder chuckled and said, "This is the Wood Spirit Clan, living together with my Stone Spirit Clan. They are my Stone Spirit Clan's most solid and reliable ally." After a pause, he continued, "My Stone Spirit Clan needs their help, and the Wood Spirit Clan is not good at fighting. It is difficult for them to survive in the ancient lands, and they need my clan's protection, so we can be considered to be helping each other." Yang Kai suddenly understood and nodded. So that's how it is. These little people did not seem to be good at fighting. Any random monster beast would be able to bite them to death. The ancient lands were dangerous, and if they wanted to survive, they could only rely on the strong. The Stone Spirit Clan was undoubtedly the one they relied on. This trip to the ancient lands could be considered an eye-opener. Not only did he see so many little people, but he also saw this magical Wood Spirit Clan. Ordinary people wouldn't even know of the existence of these two clans. As he spoke, a little female figure that looked different from the other Wood Spirits flew over. This little female figure was undoubtedly more gorgeous, and her temperament was more noble and pure. Her delicate face was shrouded in a layer of lustrous white light, making her look extremely sacred and inviolable. She also wore a strange laurel crown on her head. The elder introduced, "This is the Wood Spirit Clan's matriarch, Mu Na." Yang Kai hurriedly got up and said, "Yang Kai greets Senior Mu." Although this matriarch was only as tall as his arm and was a little too petite, but since she was the matriarch of a clan, she naturally had lived for God knows how many years. It was only natural for him to call her senior. Muna smiled warmly and raised her hand. Since you are a guest of the Stone Spirit Clan, then you are also a guest of my Wood Spirit Clan. Since you have come here, treat this place as your own home. There is no need to be overly courteous. The elder smiled. Normally, it is difficult to eat some of the Wood Spirit Clan's spirit fruits and spirit wine. Today, we can be considered to have benefited from this honored guest and can fill our stomachs. Muna pursed her lips and smiled. Elder, please don't lie through your teeth. My Wood Spirit Clan's spirit fruits and spirit wine have never been inferior to yours. Hearing this, the group of stone spirits laughed dryly. It was obvious that they often ate and drank from the Wood Spirit Clan. Yang Kai could see that the relationship between these two clans was not as simple as relying on and protecting each other. Their relationship should be very good, otherwise, the elder and the Wood Spirit Clan's matriarch would not be so casual. The elder raised his hand and said, "Honored guests have arrived, so let's drink to our heart's content." The group of stone spirits below immediately wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. They slammed their hands on the stone table as if they were about to go on an expedition to kill someone. Yang Kai was frightened by this sight. He did not know how this group of violent people could coexist peacefully with the Wood Spirit Clan. Even Xiao Xiao was behaving like a madman, extremely excited. A dozen or so female Wood spirits immediately flew out from the side and arrived at each table. They huffed and puffed as they picked up wine jars and filled everyone's stone cups to the brim. The female Wood spirit who came to serve Yang Kai seemed to be the one who flew away shyly after being stared at by Yang Kai. Seeing her struggling to carry the wine jars, Yang Kai could not bear it and hurriedly said, "I can do it myself. There is no need to trouble yourself." As soon as these words came out, the female Wood spirit could not help but turn her head to look at him. Her eyes reddened and tears welled up in her eyes. It was truly a pitiful sight. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He did not know what he had said wrong and hurriedly cast a pleading look at the elder. The elder chuckled and said, "Although the Wood Spirit Clan is extremely xenophobic, anyone who can become their guest will be able to experience their hospitality. Serving wine to a guest is the most basic etiquette. If the guest refuses, it means that they have not done a good enough job and will be ostracized by the entire clan." Chapter 2579. Yang Kai was startled when he heard this. The consequences were quite serious. He just didn't want to tire the little Wood spirit out, but who would have thought that he would implicate her and cause her to be ostracized by the entire clan? He quickly retracted his outstretched hand in embarrassment and smiled apologetically at the little Wood spirit, saying warmly, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Only then did the little Wood spirit continue to hold the wine jar and fill the stone cup in front of him before quietly flying to the side. The elder raised his cup and said in a clear voice, "The bright moon is high in the sky, and the noble guest is like jade. On behalf of the Stone Spirit and Wood Spirit clans, this old man proposes a toast to the guest. Guest, please drink." The group of stone spirits also raised their stone cups and motioned to Yang Kai along with the elder. Yang Kai hurriedly got up, held the wine cup in his hand, and drank the wine in one gulp before turning the stone cup upside down, indicating that he had finished it. The stone spirits also drank the wine in their cups in one gulp, each of them shaking their heads with ecstasy, as if the wine tasted wonderful to them. "Guest, please take a seat." After drinking the wine, the elder gestured to Yang Kai, and only then did Yang Kai sit down again. The wine in his stomach tasted really good. After 1,000 twists and turns, the aftertaste was endless. Even he, who was not a good drinker, felt refreshed after drinking it. He wondered what kind of winemaking skills the Wood Spirit Clan had. After drinking the wine, Patriarch Mu Na, who had been standing next to the elder, suddenly clapped her hands lightly. In an instant, more than 20 Wood spirits flew to the center of the field. Half of them were holding exquisite and small musical instruments in their hands, and no one was directing them. In an instant, the sound of flutes and zither filled the air, accompanied by the strange sound of wooden drums. It was like the tinkling of a mountain stream. The sound was extremely pleasing to the ears. As the Wood spirits played and sang, the beautiful melody echoed in the beautiful forest. The other half of the wood spirits stretched their waists and arms, singing and dancing to the music in the center of the field. It was a very exotic scene. What they saw and what they heard. It was as if there was some kind of magical power that cleansed the hearts of the two guests, causing Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, who were both outsiders, to suddenly calm down and stare intently. In particular, Ruoxi's eyes were shining. The more she looked at these wood spirits, the more she liked them. Elder Rock Spirit was also watching with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard and nodded slightly when he saw the beauty of the scene. Xiao Mu Ling once again filled Yang Kai's cup with wine, but Yang Kai didn't notice at all. He felt as if his entire body and mind had been drawn in by the music and the song and dance. He felt a sense of tranquility that he had never felt before, and all the distracting thoughts in his heart had disappeared. After the dance, Yang Kai was still in a daze for a long time. However, the noise at the side woke him up. When he turned his head to look, the corner of his mouth twitched. There were 9 rock spirits, including Xiao Xiao. They were all engrossed in stuffing themselves with food. Like the reincarnation of hungry ghosts, all of them hugged their own wine jars and gulped down the wine. The rare wine flowed from the corners of their mouths to their chests, wasting a lot of it. After drinking a mouthful of wine, they grabbed the spirit fruit in front of them and stuffed it into their mouths, chewing madly. The 9 wood spirits who were serving wine at the side looked at them with disdain. When the two races of creatures gathered together, it was simply a combination of beauty and wildness. The visual conflict was quite strong. The elder and matriarch Mu Na, on the other hand, were used to this and just watched with a smile on their faces, not saying a word. Yang Kai also lowered his head and tasted the spirit fruit. These were spirit fruits planted by the Wood Spirit clan. Even the spirit wine they brewed was not only delicious, but also seemed to have a miraculous effect of cleansing the soul, which surprised Yang Kai. He secretly felt that if someone who had become the demon race could obtain such a thing, it might be able to alleviate the symptoms. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. 2 rock spirits who were swaying from drinking suddenly stood up from their seats. It wasn't clear whether they were rock spirits or rock spirits, but in any case, they looked no different. They strode to the center of the field. The wood spirits who were playing music seemed to know what was going to happen, so they quickly avoided and flew out of the field. They all looked at the 2 rock spirits with a smile on their faces. Yang Kai and Ruo, she didn't know what these 2 were going to do, but they were also curious and watched. The 2 rock spirits in the center of the field looked at each other for a while, then suddenly roared in unison and rushed towards each other. With a loud bang, the 2 rock spirits collided with each other like 2 mountains. One rock spirit grabbed the other's neck with both hands, while the other rock spirit grabbed the other's waist with both hands. Both of them were fixed in place, their legs constantly curling towards each other's legs. It was as if they had an irreconcilable hatred and wanted to kill each other. Yang Kai watched with trepidation, fearing that these 2 would get too engrossed in their fight and accidentally hurt the Littlewood spirits next to them. However, those Littlewood spirits were also watching with relish, constantly shouting and cheering for the 2 rock spirits. After watching for a while, Yang Kai finally understood that these 2 rock spirits were wrestling. However, the rock spirit clan was extremely strong, and this kind of barbaric wrestling was not something that any other clan could play with. Every time they clashed, it would make people's eyelids twitch, but the clansmen of both clans were used to it. After struggling for a while, one of the rock spirits saw an opportunity and tripped his opponent with 1 foot. Using both hands, he threw his opponent to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. Roar! The victorious rock spirit roared towards the sky, his fists hanging in front of his chest, looking extremely arrogant. Suddenly, a nearby rock spirit couldn't watch anymore and jumped into the center of the field to wrestle with him. More and more rock spirits were eliminated, and more people left the field. The atmosphere became more and more lively, and even the wood spirits forgot where they were and flew to the center of the field, surrounding the 2 rock spirits and shouting non-stop. Yang Kai happily watched the show, his emotions stirred, and he also cheered for them. As he watched, he became enraged. The 8 adult rock spirits left the field one after another, and when the final rock spirit saw that there was no opponent left, he turned his head and hooked his finger at Yang Kai, as if he wanted him to come down and fight him. Me. Yang Kai pointed at his nose and hurriedly waved his hand. No, no, I'll just watch the show. What kind of joke was this? To wrestle with a rock spirit. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? It wasn't that he hadn't experienced Xiao Zhao's powerful strength before, but in terms of pure strength, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for her. But who would have thought that the rock spirit wouldn't give him any face at all, and instead recognized him as its opponent? Seeing that he wasn't willing to go up, it waved its hand. Wu-La immediately flew over, and a dozen or so little wood spirits surrounded Yang Kai. Without any explanation, they directly lifted him up and sent him to the center of the field. You guys. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For the first time, he felt that these Littlewood spirits weren't cute at all. When they put him down in the center of the field, the Littlewood spirits all scattered, running outside to watch the show. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the elder and the wood spirit tribe leader, a pleading expression on his face. The elder laughed heartlessly, clearly not planning to help Yang Kai. Instead, it was Mu Na who said warmly, "Guest, you may use your full strength. There is no need to hold back." Yang Kai was also very helpless at this point. He secretly thought that if he used the dragon transformation secret technique, he might be able to fight it out with the rock spirit. Before he could finish this thought, the rock spirit roared and pounced forward, grabbing Yang Kai's arm and tripping him. Yang Kai was stunned. He felt the world spin around him as his body slammed into the ground. The rock spirit had succeeded and raised its arms high, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, as if it was invincible in this world. Who dared to challenge it? Yang Kai crawled up from the ground, covered his face, and retreated, crestfallen back to his seat. This was too embarrassing. He was no match for the rock spirit at all. In terms of pure strength, there was probably no one in this world who was stronger than the rock spirit. The Littlewood spirit on the side looked at him sympathetically and silently poured him a cup of wine. Seeing Yang Kai suffer a loss, Xiao Xiao, who hadn't stepped onto the stage until now, flew into a rage. He rushed to the center of the stage, rubbing his palms together as if he wanted to avenge Yang Kai. But with his height, he was only the shortest among the rock spirits. Against the adult rock spirit, he only lasted 3 breaths of time before he was sent flying, crashing into the ground with a loud thud. The banquet was lively and lively. The two races got along harmoniously, enjoying each other's company. After the fall, the rock spirits began arm wrestling again, competing in physical strength. After suffering a loss, Yang Kai didn't want to compete with the rock spirits anymore. He just sat to the side and quietly watched. In the second half of the night, the rock spirits were still noisy. It seemed that they hadn't been so lively in a long time. Looking at their posture, they wouldn't give up easily until dawn. On the other hand, many of the wood spirits were listless, dozing off listlessly. The little wood spirit, who had been standing next to Yang Kai, suddenly flew to Yang Kai's side and whispered something in his ear. Yang Kai looked up and saw that Elder Rock Spirit and the Wood Spirit Patriarch had both gotten up and were walking towards a big tree not far away. Muna also looked back at him. Yang Kai understood and hurriedly stood up, quietly sending a message to Zhang Ruoxi, telling her to stay where she was and to follow. When he arrived at the tree, the elders were already gone. Only Mu Na was still waiting. When she saw Yang Kai, she stretched out her hand and said, "Please." Yang Kai didn't know why these two races were looking for him, but he didn't ask and walked into the treehouse. This treehouse seemed to be bigger and older than the others. The surrounding walls were mottled with vicissitudes. Elder Rock Spirit stood quietly in front of him. Yang Kai looked around before asking, "What is Elder's order?" The elder turned around and gestured for Yang Kai to sit down. After the host and guest were seated, the elder asked, "Is honored guest planning to take Ninth Stone away?" Ninth Stone was Xiao Zhao's name in the Rock Spirit clan because he was the youngest. So that's what he's asking. Yang Kai understood and smiled. If he is willing to leave and your clan is willing to let him go, I can naturally take him away. To tell you the truth, Elder, I came to the ancient wildlands this time to look for him. The elder gently nodded, indicating that he understood. Yang Kai continued, "But if he is willing to stay, I won't force him. I also want to see him find his own clan and live with them." Chapter 2580. Sir, you are so kind, but this old man has been too narrow-minded. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Yangkai said, Actually, this is my original intention. I would rather have Xiao Xiao stay and live with you all. I am already satisfied that I was able to find him on this trip. Just as he said, Xiao Xiao being able to find his own tribe and live with his own people was better than being alone with him. No matter what kind of creature it was, they all had the characteristics of living in groups. Being alone would cause problems with one's mentality sooner or later. The elder and Mu Na looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Yang Kai. Mu Na smiled and said, I wonder if Sir has heard of the Blood Door? Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why this topic had suddenly jumped to this, but he nodded and said, I didn't know before coming to the ancient lands, but I happened to hear some legends about the Blood Door a few days ago. Mu Na's beautiful eyes lit up. Since Sir knows, then this mistress won't have to explain. Yang Kai was stunned. What does the Blood Door have to do with you? Mu Na did not speak this time, instead turning to look at Elder Stone Spirit. The elder said in a deep voice, The Blood Door has a great relationship with all living beings in the ancient lands. In the ancient lands, there is a saying, Enter the Blood Door, obtain a new life, awaken your ancestral bloodline, and transform into a divine spirit. Xiaowei had said this before, which was a few days ago, so Yang Kai naturally remembered it clearly. The elder said, Although most living beings in the ancient lands have heard of this rumor, there is no way to verify it. Only a few people know about it. This is true. Yang Kai was slightly moved. He said, After entering the Blood Door, can one really awaken their ancestral bloodline and transform into a divine spirit? The elder chuckled and said, Not necessarily, it is just a chance. Yang Kai's interest was piqued, and he said, I'd like to hear the details. The elder pondered for a moment, as if he was considering his words, and only after a while did he say, Living beings in the ancient lands. Most of them are wild species, so they more or less have the bloodline and inheritance of the ancient divine spirit. Only those who inherit the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit can enter the Blood Door and transform into a divine spirit. Moreover, the process is extremely dangerous, and it can be said that there is a slim chance of survival. Mu Na continued, Since guest dares to enter the savage, desolate, ancient lands, your cultivation must be extraordinary. You should have already come into contact with source energy, right? Yang Kai nodded. Source strength was something he had never seen before. A cultivator of the Tao source realm had already made initial contact with it. He was already a venerable emperor, so how could he be unfamiliar with it? Mu Na said, If you want to transform into a holy spirit and restore the glory of your ancestors, entering the Blood Door is only the first step. After entering the Blood Door is the true test. Most of the creatures in the ancient lands thought that they would have a chance to become a holy spirit after entering the Blood Door. Although it was not wrong, but this is too one-sided. They only know how it is, but they don't know why it is. What's the test? Yang Kai frowned and grasped the key point. The elder said in a deep voice, Every holy spirit has its own holy spirit origin. Bloodline atavism is one thing, but the most important thing is to be recognized by the Holy Spirit origin. Only those who have obtained the Holy Spirit origin have the chance to become a true Holy Spirit. Although these words were a bit of a mouthful, Kaiyang immediately understood what she meant. The Holy Spirit origin was a very strange power. For example, the Phoenix True Fire was the Holy Spirit origin. Those who obtained the Phoenix True Fire had a high chance of becoming a Fire Phoenix. For example, Lu Yin had obtained this opportunity, but whether she could succeed or not depended on her own luck. If she could not obtain the recognition of the Phoenix True Fire, Lu Yin would be doomed. This was also a test for her. In other words, if one wanted to become a Holy Spirit, one's bloodline power and Holy Spirit origin were indispensable. Yang Kai was shocked and hesitated. Do you mean to say that inside the Blood Door, there is a Holy Spirit origin? The elder and Mu Na looked at each other in surprise. They seemed to feel that Yang Kai's mind was too sharp to even think of this. The elder nodded. Yes, there is indeed a Holy Spirit origin inside the Blood Door. If a creature is lucky enough to enter, they can try to fuse with it. Once they succeed, they can become a true Holy Spirit, but if they fail, they will die. How can there be a Holy Spirit origin inside the blood door? Yang Kai was stunned. The elder smiled bitterly, because the blood door is only an entrance. Inside the blood door is the Holy Spirit Palace, where many Holy Spirit's origins are hidden. It can be said that the Holy Spirit Palace contains almost all of the Holy Spirit's origins. Yang Kai was shocked. How can this be? He suddenly had a guess and asked in shock, could it be that the Holy Spirit Palace is the same as the myriad spirit tomb, where those Holy Spirits will take the initiative to enter before they die and leave behind their origins? If not, how could the Holy Spirit Palace inside the blood door contain the origins of countless Holy Spirits? That's not it. Muna shook her head and said, the heavenly Tao is unpredictable, and the heavenly Tao is constant. The strength of the divine spirits is too strong, and it isn't something that can be resisted by humans. During the ancient times, there were numerous divine spirits, and every single one of them possessed extraordinary ability. Moreover, every single one of them was cruel and violent, and they would attack at the slightest provocation, causing the heavens and the earth to be unable to be at peace. However, all things were born together, and yin and yang countered each other. One day, a peerless powerhouse was born from the human race, and that person's strength was extremely effective against the Holy Spirits. He could be said to be the natural enemy of many Holy Spirits. He spent countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor to kill countless evil Holy Spirits, took away their origins, and sealed them in the Holy Spirit Palace. He then used his great powers to seal the Holy Spirit Palace and hide it inside the blood door, cutting off the inheritance of countless Holy Spirits and preventing them from continuing their evil deeds. The natural enemy of the Holy Spirits. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, never having imagined that there would be such an existence in this world. Just how strong was such a person? Muna said solemnly, according to the rumors, although that person's strength was strong, it didn't surpass the experts of his generation by too much. However, his strength specialized in restraining saint spirits, and any saint spirits were unable to resist him. He had absolute control over their lives. That is why the Holy Spirit Palace contains so much origins of Holy Spirits. That person called himself Heaven's Punishment, meaning that he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. He wielded a Heaven's Punishment sword, and wherever he passed, Holy Spirits would retreat and tremble in fear. Heaven's Punishment. Yang Kai remembered this and nodded slightly, but soon asked suspiciously, how do you know such ancient matters? Muna glanced at the elder, and the elder chuckled and said, in terms of longevity, I'm afraid there is no race in this world that can live longer than my Stone Spirit clan. These matters are passed down by word of mouth in my Stone Spirit clan, and they are only matters of the last 2 generations. 2 generations. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, realizing that this Stone Spirit elder was an old monster that had lived for more than 100,000 years. No wonder he looked so old. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the throbbing in his heart, asking suspiciously, Elder and Patriarch called me here and specifically told me these things. What do you want me to do? The elder's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, this old man wants to ask for guest help to help my Stone Spirit clan retrieve the Holy Spirit origin left behind by our ancestor. Yang Kai was stunned. Elder, your Stone Spirit clan's ancestor was also a Holy Spirit? The elder nodded. That's right. The Stone Spirit clan's ancestor was named Taiyu, but because he offended Heaven's Punishment, he was killed by him, and his origins were sealed in the Holy Spirit Palace. Yang Kai's face twitched. Why did you think of asking for my help? I don't understand this at all, and the Blood Gate is currently a little strange. The 4 saint sovereigns of the monster race are all staring at that place, so it won't be easy to enter the Blood Gate. Muna said, we naturally know this. The strange changes in the Blood Gate are a sign from the heavens. If not for this, we wouldn't have thought of taking action at this time. The elder sighed. Although the Stone Spirit clan is powerful, it is not easy for us to survive, and it is precisely because of the extraordinary strength we possess that the 4 saint sovereigns of the ancient lands have always wanted to subdue us. Some time ago, the 4 saint sovereigns issued a final ultimatum. telling our clan that if we do not submit, they will destroy us completely. If our clan wants to resist, we can only have the strength to fight against them, and the Blood Gate is our last chance. Yongkai frowned, knowing that the Stone Spirit clan probably had no other choice, which was why they had set their sights on the Blood Gate. They wanted to take back Tai Yu's origin energy and fight against the 4 Saint Sovereigns. Xiao Xiao was now a member of the Stone Spirit clan, and the survival of the Stone Spirit clan was related to his interests, so Yongkai could not ignore it. After thinking for a while, Yongkai said, "If Elder is willing, I can bring you all out of the savage wildland. Although the 4 Saint Sovereigns are powerful, as long as we leave this place, they will not be able to do anything." The elder smiled bitterly and said, "It is difficult to leave one's homeland. Please forgive us." This was a rejection. Muna said, "Elder, you want Ninth Stone to inherit Tai Yu's strength, and if he succeeds, Ninth Stone will be the new Tai Yu, and he will have the strength to protect the Stone Spirit clan. Ninth Stone was raised by you, so you also hope for him, right? Why do I feel like this is a trap?" Yongkai couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, when he heard that the elder wanted Xiao Xiao to inherit Tai Yu's strength, Yongkai couldn't help but be a little tempted. If Xiao Xiao could inherit Tai Yu's strength, she would be the new Saint Spirit. Thinking about it, Xiao Xiao would become Tai Yu, and Lu Yin would become the Fire Phoenix. Although he was tempted, Yongkai still said solemnly, "Why do you want Xiao Xiao to inherit Tai Yu's strength? Are there no other candidates?" The elder smiled and said, "Ninth Stone is still young, and he is very flexible. If he inherits it, the success rate is the highest." In other words, there is a possibility of failure? Yongkai frowned. The elder and Mu Na were silent, as this question was not easy to answer. Yongkai's face darkened, and he said, "Does Xiao Xiao know about this?" The elder nodded and said, "I have already asked Ninth Stone about this, and he has agreed." Yongkai was unhappy and said, "In other words, even if I don't help, you will still go through the Blood Gate?" "Yes," the elder replied with certainty. Yongkai's face immediately became ugly. Since they had already decided, why did they still need to talk to him? Although the Stone Spirit clan and the Wood Spirit clan gave him a good impression, they didn't have much of a relationship. If they wanted to throw their lives away, Yongkai couldn't do anything about it. But the key was that Xiao Xiao was also involved. Yongkai thought to himself, "Should I find a chance to kidnap Xiao Xiao and run away, so that I don't have to get involved in this mess?" Chapter 2581. Seeing the ugly expression on Yongkai's face, the elder and Mu Na exchanged a glance before bowing and pleading, "Honored guest, please lend our 2 clans a hand." Yongkai stepped aside and said lightly, "The 2 of you are trying to make things difficult for me." The elder shook his head and said, "That's not the case. We are simply following the will of the heavens." "Will of the heavens?" Yongkai sneered. "What will of the heavens?" The elder smiled lightly, stepped aside, and pointed to the cave wall. "Honored guest, please take a look." Muna also waved her hand, and a stream of light suddenly flew out, illuminating the entire cave wall. The stream of light stuck close to a certain spot on the cave wall and slowly lingered there. As the light shone, Yongkai suddenly discovered that several extremely ancient paintings had appeared on the cave wall. In the first painting, there was a person sitting cross-legged with a stone placed on his knees. That person extended a finger, and blood dripped from the tip of his finger onto the stone. Strangely, the blood dripping from the fingertip of the person in the painting was not dark red in color. Instead, it was a strange golden color. Yongkai was startled by this sight, but before he could see it clearly, his eyes involuntarily followed the stream of light to the second painting. In the second painting, the man was still sitting cross-legged, but there was a small figure nearby. This figure had a stooped waist and was on all fours, jumping around like a monkey as it chased after a fluttering butterfly. Both drawings were only sketched with the simplest lines. It was obvious that they were extremely rough, but they vividly displayed the meaning that was to be conveyed. "Is this Xiao Xiao and me?" Yongkai's mind went blank, unable to believe his eyes. That small figure was clearly Xiao Xiao. As for the figure dripping golden blood, who else could it be but himself? However, this painting was clearly modeled by the flowing time great emperor and was extremely ancient, at least hundreds of thousands of years old. So how could he be recorded in it? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that this was an extremely surreal scene. When he looked at the third image, Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help but constrict because it was the scene of him and Xiao Xiao fighting side by side. The image of Xiao Xiao wielding the heaven-shaking pillar was deeply engraved and lifelike. The fourth painting seemed to be in a passageway. Starlight lingered, and space shattered. Xiao Xiao was sucked into a spatial rift, leaving only her hand outside, as if she was trying to grab something. This was what he had encountered in the starlight corridor when he first entered the star boundary. The fifth painting. Around him, there were 9 stone golems just like him. They were recuperating in the primitive and dense forest. Many smaller wood spirits were flying around them. In the sixth painting, the person who first appeared in the painting found the petite figure, reuniting after a long time. He was overjoyed. The bonfire was brightly lit, and many stone spirits and wood spirits were singing and dancing at the side, completely overlapping with the scene that had happened tonight. In the seventh image, there was an oval-shaped gate that was as red as blood. Countless creatures of all shapes and sizes were fighting near this blood-red gate, and there were many casualties. In the eighth image, the petite figure flew through the air and rushed into the blood-red gate with the help of the human, disappearing from sight. In the ninth image, there was nothing left, only a blood-red gate. Besides this, there was nothing else, leaving behind a great deal of suspense. There was a total of 9 brand images on this tree wall. Although they were simple outlines, they were vivid and lifelike. After Yang Kai finished looking at them, his mind raced. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "What does this mean?" The elder said, "Although the wood spirit race is not good at fighting, they have many strange abilities." The previous wood spirit race leader was proficient in the art of divination. Before she died, she sensed that our 2 races would face a calamity of extinction at some point in the future. She used the last of her life force as the price to perform a divination and find a way out for our 2 races. What she left behind are these 9 patterns. Muna sighed. For more than 1,000 years, the elder and I have been trying to comprehend the meaning of these 9 images, but we couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until 9th stone suddenly came from the outside world and allowed us to verify the contents of the 5th image that we realized the hope of our 2 races didn't lie with us, but with 9th stone, with you, guest. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Just based on these 9 images? You 2 want to risk the lives of everyone in our 2 races? The elder shook his head. This is the will of heaven. This is a revelation, not a risk. Guest, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Kai was taken aback. He had heard the elder say this when he first met him today. At that time, he thought it was because of Xiao Xiao, but he didn't expect the elder to have other intentions. Inside the tree hole, the elder and Muna looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes, their faces full of expectation. Yang Kai sighed. Even if this is a revelation left behind by the previous generations with Spirit Patriarch at the end of her life, there is no guarantee that this matter will succeed. Pointing to the 9th image, Yang Kai continued, "There is nothing here." Muna solemnly said, "I believe the previous master wouldn't do something without a goal in mind. If this was a dead end, she wouldn't have left behind a revelation here. Since she left it behind, then what she showed us is the right path." Guest. The elder spoke again. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. "This matter is too important. I need to think about it. You 2 don't need to say more." Having said that, Yang Kai turned around and walked out of the tree hole without caring about what the 2 of them meant. It was still noisy outside. Many wood spirits and stone spirits were singing and laughing. Ruah, she was pulled down by a group of wood spirits and was dancing gracefully. Her posture was beautiful, causing a group of wood spirits to clap and praise her. A few stone spirits even had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Xiao Xiao was also wriggling around like a madman, but his appearance was really unflattering. Yang Kai didn't disturb them. In a flash, he returned to the small treehouse and sat down cross-legged. Seeing him disappear, the elder sighed slightly, seemingly regretting that he couldn't persuade Yang Kai on the spot. Muna turned her head to look at the 9 diagrams. Suddenly, she waved her hand, and a stream of light flashed. The ninth diagram completely changed. The blood-red door was still there, but there was now a huge stone giant. The stone giant looked disdainful and arrogant, and the pitch-black staff on its shoulder showed its small status. Muna asked, if it was like this, wouldn't he have agreed just now? The elder answered, since it is a revelation, naturally it will only guide the path, not the result. If it was like this, I'm afraid he would be suspicious. He is not a fool, so what happened before was just right. Hearing the elder's words, Muna nodded in agreement. With another wave of her hand, the ninth image returned to its original state. The elder sighed heavily and said, we shouldn't have teamed up to fool him. It's just that we're already at the end of our rope. If we want to succeed, we need help. Naturally, we have to give him a chance to consider. Muna said, Elder is right. The two patriarchs had gone to great lengths to deceive him. How could Yang Kai have imagined that these two seemingly virtuous and respected existences would actually join hands to deceive him? As for the 9 patterns on the tree wall, they were just something Muna had casually drawn, not a sign left behind by the previous generations with Spirit Patriarch. If he knew, Yang Kai would definitely beat them into a pulp. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in the tree hole, was in a dilemma. According to his thoughts, the best choice was to bring the two patriarchs away from this dangerous place. If it really didn't work, he would take Xiao Xiao with him. However, the elder's words made him give up on this idea. If he really wanted to take Xiao Xiao with him, it wasn't impossible. But if he did that, Xiao Xiao would lose the opportunity to become Taiyu. On one hand, there was a chance for Xiao Xiao to become a holy spirit, but on the other hand, there was a huge risk. Yang Kai was in a dilemma. In the end, it was up to Xiao Xiao to decide. At dawn, the two patriarchs' merry finally stopped. The wood spirits disappeared into the forest, and the stone spirits also returned to their own tree houses. Ruoshi and Xiao Xiao came back together and saw Yang Kai sitting cross-legged there. Ruoshi couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She had played too much last night and got carried away. In the end, she didn't even know when Mr. disappeared. Xiao Xiao, come here. Yang Kai beckoned to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately skipped over to his side and looked at him curiously. He didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. Yang Kai reached out and held Xiao Xiao's hand. His divine sense surged as he communicated with Xiao Xiao. After a while, Yang Kai sighed, have you really decided? Unsurprisingly, Xiao Xiao really wanted to enter the Blood Gate. The elder had already analyzed the pros and cons with him and didn't have the slightest intention of forcing him. Xiao Xiao straightened his body and hammered his fists on his chest. His posture said, I'm strong, and I'm not afraid of anything. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said, go tell the elder that I agree to his matter. Xiao Xiao was startled for a moment. Obviously, he didn't know what Yang Kai meant, but he still ran out obediently. Mister, did something happen? Ruoshi saw Yang Kai's strange look and couldn't help but ask with some uneasiness. Yang Kai frowned and didn't hide it. The Stone Spirit clan wants to send Xiao Xiao into the Blood Gate to inherit the Holy Spirit source. I'm a little worried. Ah. Ruoshi suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, enter the Blood Gate. But there now. Yes, it's very difficult. If I don't help them, they definitely won't be able to break through the defenses around the Blood Gate. Even with my help, they may not succeed. Then why did Mr. agree? Yang Kai said, I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. If it really doesn't work, I have some confidence in escaping with them. Ruoshi's eyes flashed as she bit her red lips and said, then I want to help. Yang Kai glared at her and said, no, if you really want to break through the Blood Gate this time, the situation will be very dangerous. Your strength is not enough. Just stay here obediently. Zhang Ruoshi looked aggrieved, but she didn't dare to go against Yang Kai's will and could only whisper, I know. Yang Kai glanced at her and said softly, I brought you out of the Zhang family, so I have the responsibility to protect your safety. When you break through to the Emperor realm, it won't be too late to participate in this kind of thing. Yes. Ruoshi responded in disappointment. Chapter 2582. Inside the Elder's treehouse, the Stone Spirit Elder and Wood Spirit Patriarch were overjoyed after receiving Xiao Zhao's notice. They secretly felt that their painstaking efforts were not in vain. Finally, Yang Kai agreed to the request of the two races. The two came together and took the initiative to enter Xiao Zhao's treehouse. Ruo Shi and Xiao Xiao were dismissed outside, leaving Yang Kai and the two patriarchs sitting cross-legged. The elder chuckled, obviously in a good mood. Mu Na was also overjoyed. Only Yang Kai's sour face was quite a wet blanket. Elder, let me make it clear first. Helping you is one thing, but if things don't work out, I will take Xiao Xiao and leave as soon as possible. You will have to fend for yourselves. Yang Kai said with a look of displeasure. Of course, of course. The elder stroked his stone beard and nodded repeatedly. If things really don't work out, we won't force anything. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, I have nothing to say. Do the two of you have any plans? The elder and Mu Na looked at each other. The former said, rushing over and sending ninth stone through the blood door, is this a plan? The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he angrily said, what kind of plan is this? The blood door is now under the surveillance of the 4 Saint Masters. If there's any trouble, the 8 messengers will come out together, and the 32 Monster King will come roaring. How are you going to rush over? The elder was a little embarrassed. Guest, aren't you proficient in the power of space? Just take us and rush over. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he stared at the elder. Xiao Xiao told you? He had never shown his space force in front of the Stone Spirit clan, yet the elder knew this. Obviously, he heard it from Xiao Xiao. Mu Na said, guest, please don't be angry. Our two races have no malice towards you, and will not disclose any of your secrets. Ninth Stone didn't reveal this on his own initiative. When Ninth Stone came to find us, the elder found the information from his memories. Yang Kai's voice was even colder as he sneered softly. Then what other secrets do the two of you know? The elder coughed dryly and said, we also know that you have a magical space artifact that can bring us along without us knowing. Yang Kai could not help but roll his eyes. They had even killed him to silence him. However, after doing this, he understood why the two clans were so insistent on seeking his help. In fact, they didn't even inquire about his strength before this. He had the sealed world bead and was proficient in the power of space. He could indeed bring them to the Blood Gate without anyone noticing. This was an advantage that no one else had. It would be more convenient to ask for help than to ask for help from others. The elder said, our plan is like this. Our clansmen will hide in the space artifact first, then you will use the space divine technique to bring us to the blood door. You don't have to worry about the rest. As long as you can get close to the blood door, we have a way to send Ninth Stone into the blood door. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, as far as I know, the blood door is one of the 2 great restrictions of the savage wilderness ancient land. Normally, the creatures of the savage wilderness ancient land can't even get close to it, let alone enter it. What method do you have? Mu Na grinned. She said, normally is normal, but now that the blood door is moving, the restrictions have loosened. Getting close to the blood door isn't a problem. The biggest problem is how to break the seal on the blood door. The elder said proudly, brute force can defeat 10 tricks. With my rock spirit clan working together, we can break any seal. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly. You want to use brute force? The elder raised his eyebrows and said, what's wrong with that? Yang Kai slapped himself in the face before turning to look at Mu Na and saying, Patriarch, the Stone Spirit clan's brains aren't as bright as they used to be. Why are you following them? Mu Na smiled bitterly and said, is there a better method? Yang Kai was speechless. He realized that these two clans didn't have a good plan at all. They were simply forcing a duck onto a perch. They were forced by the 4 Saint Venerables to the point that they had no choice but to take a risk. If Xiao Xiao could inherit Taiyu's power and become an ancient divine spirit, then he could naturally protect the 2 clans under the eyes of the 4 Saint Venerables. In short, the 2 clans would either succeed or die trying. After being indifferent for a while, Yang Kai said, maybe I can try to break the seal on the blood door. Since the Sacred Spirit Palace is sealed inside the blood door, there must be a small world inside. My space divine technique might be able to tear apart the power of that small world. When the elder heard this, he immediately rubbed his hands and said, it would be best if a guest can make a move, but if it doesn't work, we still have to use brute force. Yang Kai always felt that the elder was wise and far-sighted, but now it seemed that the stone spirit was still a stone spirit. Even though it had lived for a long time, its brain wasn't very bright. It preferred to use brute force to solve problems. It was really difficult for the wood spirit clan to live with them for so long. When are we leaving? Yang Kai looked at the two of them and asked. There's no time to lose. We have to go sooner or later. This old man means to leave tomorrow morning, the elder said solemnly. Muna nodded slightly. Obviously, she also had the same idea. Yang Kai sighed and said, All right, the two of you go back and tell your clansmen to prepare. Tomorrow morning, we will leave. The elder and Muna immediately bid farewell and left. It was obvious that they were going back to inform their clansmen. Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged in the treehouse. The operation of the two clans could be said to be extremely risky. To be honest, Yang Kai wasn't optimistic about it. The chances of failure were extremely high. What he needed to consider now was how to increase the safety factor and the success rate. After all, they had to act under the noses of the 4 holy spirits of the ancient land. Once those 4 holy spirits acted to stop them, even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he might not be able to escape safely. Perhaps Xiao Wei could help a little. Yang Kai spent the entire night in deep thought. At dawn, the sound of orderly footsteps came from outside. Yang Kai opened his eyes and swept out with his divine sense. He immediately noticed that the entire Stone Spirit clan had moved out. Not only the Stone Spirit clan, but even the Wood Spirit clan had sent out over 100 clansmen. Under Mu Na's lead, they flew above the heads of the Stone Spirit clan. Now that the arrow was knocked on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. Yang Kai sighed, got up, and walked out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the faces of the two patriarchs turned solemn. The elder said, Guest, we are ready. Yang Kai looked at Mu Na and frowned. The Wood Spirit clan is also going? Although Mu Na and the elder had discussed this matter with him yesterday, he really didn't expect the Wood Spirit clan to also come out in full force. This trip was extremely dangerous. What could the Wood Spirit clan, who weren't good at fighting, do? Once they were dragged into the battle, any demon king would be able to slaughter them all. The elder smiled and said, The Wood Spirit clan and my Stone Spirit clan live together. Although they won't directly participate in the battle, they will still be of great help. Guests need not worry. Yang Kai frowned but didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and said, In that case, it's up to you. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai suspiciously asked, Where's Ruoshi? He actually couldn't find Zhang Ruoshi. Yesterday, he had been meditating in the treehouse, racking his brains and didn't see Ruoshi's face. He thought she had been outside all this time, but only now did he discover that Ruoshi was gone. The elder and Muna looked at each other and then turned to their clansmen. Have you seen that little girl? No one answered. Not to mention the rare Stone Spirit clan. Even the 100 or so Wood Spirits didn't know where Ruoshi was. Yang Kai's face changed. His divine sense frantically spread out like a tide, covering a radius of several thousand miles in an instant. But where his divine sense covered, there was no trace of Ruoshi at all. This made him both shocked and angry. How could a living person disappear for no reason? Ninth Stone, do you know something? The elder suddenly asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Xiao Xiao standing there with an uneasy look on his face. He was constantly scratching his ears and cheeks, and his eyes were erratic. Yang Kai's heart moved. Looking at him, he asked, Xiao Xiao, where did Ruoshi go? Seeing that he couldn't hide, Xiao Xiao immediately hung his head dejectedly and whimpered a few times. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly. Looking up in the direction of the blood door, he gritted his teeth. That girl! Muna also covered her mouth and blurted out, She actually set off to the blood door first? Yang Kai angrily retorted, It must be because I stopped her from participating in this operation yesterday. That's why she's acting on her own. When I catch her later, I'll spank her ass. He was simply furious. Ruoshi had always been well-behaved and obedient, but this time she actually dared to sneak away without telling him. How can this be? Yang Kai raised his hand again and knocked Xiao Xiao's head. Since you knew, why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao Xiao covered his head and whimpered twice with a face full of grievance. It's useless to say this now. Dear guest, it's best to find her as soon as possible. The blood door is now densely surrounded by demons. If she falls into their hands, things will become troublesome. The elder advised. How could young Kai not understand this? He could only suppress the impatience in his heart and say, relax your mind and body, don't resist. Don't make a fuss about what you see later. After saying this, young Kai stretched out his hand towards the two clans. Under the surge of space principles, the sealed world bead opened, and the two clans were taken into the small sealed world one after another. The embodiment, who had already been notified by young Kai, sat there with a smile, welcoming the arrival of the two clans. The elder had said that the Stone Spirit clan was born with a limit of 10. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of expression they would have when they saw the embodiment, but he was too lazy to care, nor was he in the mood to explain the uniqueness of the embodiment to them. After putting all the members of the two clans into the sealed world bead, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the blood door. Along the way, Yang Kai constantly released his divine sense, hoping to find traces of Zhang Ruoxi. However, this little girl had set off a day earlier. If she had gone at full speed, she might have already arrived near the blood door. Naturally, there was no trace of her on the way. This was indeed the case. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi was already 300 kilometers away from the blood door. She had been careful along the way, and although there was a bit of luck involved, she hadn't encountered too many twists and turns. However, she didn't dare to move forward now that she was here. There were too many monster race cultivators in front of her, and none of them were hiding their auras. If she dared to appear at will, she would definitely be discovered. Chapter 2583. At this moment, Ruoxi was hiding in the canopy of a big tree, trying her best to restrain her aura. Although she was quite strong now, she absolutely didn't want to get into any trouble in this place, so naturally, she focused on hiding and waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. As long as she waited for Sir to arrive and clash with the monster race, she would rush out to help Sir. Presumably, Sir wouldn't blame her at that time. She really just wanted to help. She didn't want to be sucked into Yang Kai's sealed world bead and wait in boredom whenever there was danger. That would make her seem useless. A group of patrolling monster race monsters passed by nearby, but they didn't find any trace of Zhang Ruoxi. This made her secretly rejoice and gave her a lot of confidence. This was the first time she had done such a dangerous thing, so naturally, she was nervous. Fortunately, following Yang Kai around all these years wasn't a fruitless journey. She had experienced a lot of storms, so even if she was nervous, she could barely maintain her current state. Time passed by little. Another group of patrolling monster race monsters came from the front. These monster race monsters were extremely vigilant, looking around as if looking for any suspicious traces. Seeing this group of monster race monsters passing by under the tree, one of them suddenly stopped, his nose twitching slightly, constantly sniffing in the air. What's wrong? Another monster race looked at him and asked suspiciously. The monster race monster didn't answer and sniffed for a while before suddenly raising his brow and saying, "There's the scent of a human?" As soon as this remark came out, Ruoxi's face changed drastically. She knew this was bad. She was afraid that she had exposed something. Once this group of monster race monsters determined her whereabouts, it would be difficult for her to escape. She could only hope that this monster race monster was just suspicious. She couldn't be sure. This way, she might be able to escape this disaster. But her hopes were quickly dashed. After sniffing for a while, the monster race monster suddenly raised his head and looked at the canopy. Although they were separated by a thick layer of leaves and their eyes didn't meet, Zhang Ruoxi's heart still beat violently. She knew that she could no longer hide in this place. Just as she made up her mind to escape from here, suddenly, a dirty head with disheveled hair appeared beside her. It hung upside down in front of her and grinned at her. Ruoxi was so startled that she almost exclaimed out loud. But after seeing clearly who this unkempt person was, she quickly covered her mouth and didn't dare to make any noise. She just stared at the dirty face with her pair of beautiful eyes. A hand reached out towards Zhang Ruoxi. He grabbed her, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared on the spot like a ghost. Whoosh! One of the demon clan members jumped up to the top of the tree and looked around for a while. However, he did not find anything. He could not help but scratch his head. His face was filled with suspicion. "What's the situation up there?" asked one of the demons waiting below. "Nothing at all," the spectating Yao replied. He jumped down again and laughed. "Maybe it's just my imagination." The group of demon clan members looked at him with displeasure, scolding him for being too paranoid. Only then did they continue to move forward. Atop the crown of another tree, Zhang Ruo she watched as the group of monster race disappeared into the distance. Only then did she let out a heavy sigh, her full chest heaving up and down violently. Just now, her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. She almost thought she was going to die. Fortunately, a noble person came to her rescue at the critical moment. She quickly turned her head and looked to the side. Beside her, Ice Heart Valley's third sister was looking at her with a silly smile. Taking a closer look, Ruo she realized that this woman should have a beautiful face. But now, her mind was damaged and she was slovenly. Living in the ancient lands all year round, her face was completely covered in dust and dirt. It was hard not to sigh. "Third senior, why are you here?" Ruo she didn't know the name of this person in front of her. After all, she didn't even know Yang Kai, so she could only vaguely address her. It's hard to tell if he understood Ruoshi's question. Anyway, he didn't seem to have any intention of answering. Instead, he kept sniffing like a demon. His dirty nose was almost sticking to Ruoshi's body. He seemed to think that Ruoshi's body smelled very good. While sniffing, he showed an intoxicated look. Ruoshi felt very uncomfortable being sniffed and felt itchy all over. She quickly stretched out her hand in front of her, blocking third sister's intention to continue to violate her. She said, "Third senior, don't make trouble. You'll be discovered by those demon clan members." Third sister was pushed away by her. She immediately pouted and looked unhappy. Seeing her like this, Ruo, she couldn't bear to see her like this. She was a beautiful woman with a powerful second-order Emperor realm cultivation. In the outside world, she would definitely be admired and pursued by countless men. But now, she was in such a state. Ruo she wondered if her master, Senior Bing Yun, would be distressed if she knew about this. "Okay, third senior, I have something to do. Be good." Zhang Ruo she reached out and held third sister's two dirty paws. She didn't show any disdain. Patting them gently, she said softly, "I'll wait for Sir here. Sir, do you know the person who gave you the fruit last time? Sir has been looking for you. Don't run around and wait for him here with me, okay?" Third sister looked at Zhang Ruoshi for a while and suddenly nodded vigorously. Ruoshi smiled. "You can understand?" Third pounced on Ruoshi like a tiger and hugged her tightly. Burying his head into Ruoshi's ample bosom, he began to crazily rub his head against her. "Third senior, I can't breathe." Ruoshi's face flushed red. A strange feeling in her chest made her feel weak all over. The strength that was tightening around her made it difficult for her to breathe. Unfortunately, she wasn't as strong as third sister, so she couldn't break free. Just as Mu Na had said before, after the Blood Door's mutation, the inexplicable force in the vicinity seemed to have disappeared. Usually, no one could get close to the Blood Door. Even the most powerful Monster King would be turned into pus by that mysterious force and die. But now, weak monster race cultivators were constantly pouring in from all directions. As if they had lost their minds, they rushed towards the Blood Door. Bloodline attraction. Xiao Wei had mentioned this before. After the Blood Door's mutation, the aura of the Divine Spirit source of the Divine Spirit Palace began to leak out. This was a great temptation to any ancient lands creature. Those weak monster race cultivators were lured in and gradually lost their minds and rushed towards the Blood Door. But these monster race cultivators were destined to be unable to get within 10 kilometers. Because at this moment, 8 figures were constantly shuttling around the Blood Door. Once they found a monster race cultivator trying to get close to the Blood Door, they would not hesitate to kill them. These 8 monster race cultivators were the left and right divine envoys under the 4 great saints. For a time, corpses were everywhere within 10 kilometers of the Blood Door. In just a few days, countless ancient lands creatures had died at the hands of the 8 divine envoys, but they still couldn't stop the countless monster race cultivators from rushing in. 50 kilometers away, on top of a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion, four figures were either sitting or standing. Outside the stone pavilion, some monster race cultivators were respectfully guarding. From time to time, they would look at the four figures with awe. These four figures were the four great saints of the ancient lands. The Blood Doors mutation was a matter of great importance. Even the four of them had to personally investigate the situation and guard the vicinity in case of any accidents. The figure on the left was a middle-aged man. He wore a purple brocade robe and a crown on his head. He looked no different from an ordinary human, but his face was dignified. His eyes were like lightning, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This person was the Eastern Holy Sage. Fanchi, the figure on the right, looked somewhat similar to the rock spirit. They both had stone-like bodies, and their skin was like a stone helmet. However, unlike the gentleness of the rock spirit, this figure gave off an extremely fierce feeling. His entire body was covered with stone spikes, and even his face was fierce and fiendish. A vicious aura lingered around his body, and his two eyes burned like flames, as if they wanted to devour someone. The Northern Holy Sage, Shihua. In the Star Boundary, the other three territories might not have heard of Shihua's name, but to the cultivators in the Eastern Territory, Shihua's name was like thunder to their ears. There was no other reason. 30,000 years ago, a top sect in the Eastern region, the Black Tortoise sect, had been annihilated by Shihua, and the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect were practically slaughtered. After the massacre, the Serene Soul Emperor was furious and had personally made a move to capture Shihua, yet Shihua still escaped into the barbaric, desolate ancient grounds. To be able to escape safely under the Great Emperor's personal pursuit, one could see how strong Shihua was. In Maplewood City, Qin Shaoyang's ancestor was a disciple of the Black Tortoise sect. The Emperor Artifact Myriad Sword was his ancestor's sword. The 7 points Black Tortoise array that Qin Shaoyang taught to Yang Kai was also a secret of the Black Tortoise sect. After the destruction of the Black Tortoise sect, the Qin family's ancestor wandered to the Southern Territory and settled down in Maplewood City. Not long after, he died from his injuries. Generation after generation, the family had declined. In the middle of the stone pavilion, on a stone table, there was a pot of hot tea. A beautiful woman sat at the table. Her skin was white as snow, her eyebrows were picturesque, her figure was enchanting, and her beautiful eyes were charming. Her hair was like a waterfall falling behind her head, straight down to her delicate buttocks, and her face could be described as peerless. The beautiful woman stretched out her delicate hands and poured herself a cup of tea, quietly sipping it. The Southern Saint Senior, Wan Feng. If one didn't know her background, perhaps no one would dare to believe that such a seductive beauty was actually a top saint spirit with an ancient inheritance. Those who dared to provoke her had already been burned to ashes by the world-extinguishing black flames. The last figure had a sinister look in his eyes. At first glance, one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. He sat on the stone bench in front of Luan Feng, motionless, as if he was a fossil. Intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze would always wander towards Luan Feng's beautiful body, but he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Luan Feng gently sipped her tea and said lightly, "Song Dog, if you look around again, do you believe that this queen will gouge out your eyes?" When the man who was called Song Dog heard this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but he could only smile and say, "Lady Luan Feng, why do you keep people 1,000 miles away? Don't you know this king's feelings for you?" Luan Feng did not raise her eyes, her voice still indifferent. "This queen only knows that you are very annoying." Chapter 2584. If someone else dared to say that Song Dog was annoying, he would have already torn that person apart. However, the person in front of him had the qualifications to say that. Not to mention that Song Dog liked her very much, he was not as strong as Luan Feng. Among the holy spirits, there were differences in strength. In ancient times, there was even a ranking list of holy spirits. On that list, dragons and phoenixes were ranked at the top. Compared to the two holy spirits, the holy spirits ranked at the bottom were not on the same level. Luan Feng was a branch of the Phoenix clan. Although she was not as strong as her ancestor, she was still very strong. Especially that world-destroying black flame. It was very difficult to deal with. Among the 4 holy spirits of the ancient land, if there was a ranking, Luan Feng would definitely be ranked first. This was something the other 3 holy spirits could not deny. However, these 4 holy spirits lived in the ancient land all year round. If there was no need, they would not fight. Although Luan Feng was strong, if it was a life and death battle, the other 3 were not weak either. Even if they could not kill her, they could still severely injure her. The 4 holy venerates barely managed to maintain a balance in the ancient lands. After being looked down upon by Luan Feng, Song Dog could not help but become angry. He said unwillingly, "My eyes are on my body. I can look wherever I want to." Luan Feng's hand paused. She slightly raised her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Song Dog for a while. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and blew in his direction. A wisp of black flame suddenly appeared and attacked Song Dog like a snake. World-destroying black flame. Song Dog's expression changed. He realized that he had gone too far. Luan Feng actually attacked him. He hastily retreated. At the same time, he slapped forward with both hands. With one slap, the void shattered and the entire stone pavilion turned into dust. Several figures jumped out one after another and stood in the air. "What are you 2 doing?" Fanhua's face was cold. She glanced at Song Dog and Luan Feng and coldly shouted, "Why do you 2 act like this every time you see each other?" Luan Feng stroked the hair on her shoulder. She said flirtatiously, "It's him who comes to provoke me every time." Song Dog was furious. He said, "I just looked at you a few times. It's not like I'll lose my flesh. You want to kill me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" The Luan Feng looked at him coldly and said, "I won't lose anything, but your gaze makes me feel very uncomfortable. Since I feel uncomfortable, I naturally have to make a move." The dog said, "Good, good, good. This lord has tolerated you for a long time. Since you look down on this lord so much, then let's see who's better today." "Sure." The Luan Feng turned around and sneered, "I've been wanting to kill you for a long time now. Since you're asking for death, I'll kill you. Then this consort will fulfill your wish." "You 2. Fanhua's face was frosty. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Have you had enough?" He seemed to have some prestige among the 4 of them, so when he spoke, whether it was the Song Dog or the Luan Feng, they didn't say anything. They just turned their heads and coldly snorted. In such troubled times, not only are you 2 not working together, but you are also fighting among yourselves. Fanhua looked as if he was exasperated. "Is it fun to be laughed at by your subordinates?" Song Go and Luan Feng both had embarrassed expressions and curled their lips. Around the stone pavilion, sure enough, a group of monster race guards stared at them with wide eyes, as if they didn't understand why the high and mighty Saint Venerables would suddenly start fighting. "And you?" Fanhua turned to Shihua. "What does it have to do with me?" Shihua shook his head, an innocent expression on his face. "You only know how to watch the show every time. Don't you know how to stop them?" Fanhua coldly snorted. Shihua muttered unhappily, "They're fighting among themselves, and I'm just watching. It's none of our business." The corners of Fanhua's eyes twitched a few times, a helpless expression on his face. After a while, he calmed down and said, "The blood door has changed. Under the attraction of the bloodline, all the creatures in the ancient lands have acted strangely. If it weren't for the 4 of us guarding this place, those monster king below would have tried to enter the blood door already. You have all inherited the origin strength and memories of your ancestors, so you should know what secrets lie behind the blood door. In the past, that person wielded the heavenly punishment sword and killed all the saint spirits in the world. Our ancestors were lucky enough to escape. You don't want that person to appear again, and we have to run for our lives, do you?" Hearing him mention that person, the other 3 Saint Venerables couldn't help but change their expressions. In the ancient land, even the majority of the 32 demon kings did not know the secrets of the blood door. However, the 4 of them were different. The 4 of them had inherited their ancestors' origin energy and ancient memories, so they clearly knew what was sealed within the blood door. Not only was there the origin strength of countless saint spirits, but there was also the heavenly punishment sword, which was feared by all saint spirits in the world. If someone broke the seal of the blood door and released the sword, no matter how big the world was, there would be no place for the saint spirits to hide. The four of them would be the first ones to suffer. It was because of the importance of this matter that the four of them had to take action personally. They ordered the 32 Monster King to guard the surroundings and not let any creatures near the blood door. They were afraid that the seal of the blood door would be broken and the heavenly punishment sword would reappear in the world. Seeing the silence of the three, Fan Hua nodded slightly and said in a serious voice, "As long as the four of us are united, even if the Monster King wants to, they won't dare to barge into the blood door. After this period of time, we can rest easy. But if you really fight, the Monster King below will be in chaos. If something happens to the blood door, who can bear the responsibility?" His words were reasonable, and the other three Saint Venerables nodded. Song Go and Luan Feng also restrained their hostility. They knew that now was not the time for internal strife. 30 miles away from the blood door, Xiao Wei was leading a group of demon generals to disperse in a territory to stop the creatures of the ancient lands who were trying to enter the blood door. His eyes would look in a certain direction from time to time. That was where the four Saint Venerables were gathered. He sat on an armchair and sneered from time to time. He knew why the four Saint Venerables were gathered near the blood door. The four Masters were obviously worried about the Monster Kings under them. They were afraid that these Monster Kings would not be able to resist the temptation of the blood door, so they were personally monitoring this place. In fact, it was indeed so. If the four Saint Venerables were not nearby, Xiao Wei would have already broken the seal of the blood door. With his ability, he had reached the limit of his cultivation. There was no room for him to grow in this life. For a demon race who yearned for power, this was undoubtedly an extremely painful torture. The change in the blood door gave him hope. He could clearly feel that there was a mysterious and powerful force in the blood door that was resonating with his bloodline. It was definitely a force that could give him a new life, return to his ancestral bloodline, and transform into a holy spirit. Once he obtained this power, he could become an existence on par with the four Saint Venerables. He would no longer need to listen to the orders of others. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance. He could not even get close to the blood door. Under the surveillance of the four Saint Venerables, he believed that he would be killed before he could even get close to the blood door. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Wei smashed the armrest of the chair with a slap. He was full of unwillingness. It would be a pity if he missed such a good opportunity. At this moment, he suddenly seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and looked in another direction. His heart skipped a beat. He frowned and thought for a while. Then, he stood up slowly. The demon race expert named Shuyu, who was following beside him, saw this and could not help but ask, "Where is Master going?" "I'm bored. I'm going to take a walk. You guys continue to monitor. If anyone tries to break through, kill without mercy." Xiao Wei ordered with his hands behind his back. "Yes." Shuyu cupped his fists and replied. He watched Xiao Wei leave. After leaving the line of sight of the demon race subordinates, Xiao Wei's figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. A moment later, he suddenly appeared sneakily on the trunk of a big tree. He looked around for a while with a suspicious expression. Just as he was confused, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. A person appeared out of thin air. Xiao Wei was shocked. His monster chi rolled, and he was about to attack in a hurry. "Monster King, it's me." A familiar voice rang out, forcing Xiao Wei to hold back his strength. "Young Master Yang." Xiao Wei looked around with a surprised expression. "Where did you come from?" With his cultivation, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he was unable to detect Yang Kai's whereabouts, which was quite unbelievable. Yang Kai smiled and did not answer his question. Instead, he said, "Monster King, there's something I need your help with." Xiao Wei immediately looked at him with vigilance and asked nervously, "What is it?" Yang Kai waved at him. Xiao Wei looked bored, but he had no choice but to go over. Yang Kai whispered a few words in his ear. Xiao Wei's face changed drastically. He said in horror, "You want me to inform the Saint Venerables? Aren't you asking me to throw my life away?" Although he was Yang Kai's sole slave, Xiao Wei was not willing to throw his life away. He was both shocked and angry. Yang Kai asked curiously, How is this throwing your life away? Xiao Wei coldly snorted. It's obvious that this news is fake. The Saint Venerables are not idiots. How can they not find out? Once they find out, this king will not be able to survive. While speaking, he shook his head like a rattle drum. This king won't go. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Instead of dying at the hands of the furious Saint Venerables, I'd rather die at your hands. Just do it. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Who told you this news was fake? Xiao Wei glanced at him and curled his lips. Don't lie to this king. Everyone in the ancient lands knows about that bell. It was taken away by a human master tens of thousands of years ago. How could it appear in the ancient lands for no reason? Yang Kai said solemnly, this bell isn't fake. Xiao Wei was shocked. He said in shock, this king is just a monster race. I'm not as cunning as you humans. Don't lie to me. Yang Kai grinned and patted Monster King's shoulder. Why would I lie to you? You just need to leak this news to the Saint Venerables. I guarantee you'll be fine. Chapter 2585. But how could that bell come back for no reason? Xiao Wei still couldn't believe it. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and stared. Could it be that you? Yang Kai smiled and nodded. That's right. That bell belongs to me now. I've already hidden it in that place. Xiao Wei looked up in shock. His eyes filled with shock. He simply couldn't believe his ears. Monster King, you won't not help me with this small matter, right? Yang Kai's face sank again. Don't forget, your soul imprint is still in this young master's hands. Xiao Wei frowned. Why do you want this king to reveal this information to the four saint sovereigns? That's this young master's business. You don't need to ask. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Xiao Wei ignored his evasiveness and said, You want to lure the four saint sovereigns away. Could it be that you want to enter the blood door? Aren't you a human? The blood door was a forbidden area for the ancient land's creatures. Only the ancient land's creatures could have a bloodline attraction. Why would a human like Yang Kai want to enter the blood door? Xiao Wei couldn't figure it out. Why do you care so much? Yang Kai impatiently pushed him and turned him around. He patted his back and said, Hurry up and do what you need to do. Xiao Wei didn't leave. He turned around with bright eyes and said, Young Master Yang, if you want to enter the blood door, count me in. You also want to enter the blood door? Yang Kai glanced at him in amazement, but soon understood that Xiao Wei also wanted to obtain the divine spirit's power. Xiao Wei snorted. If it weren't for the four saint sovereigns nearby, this king would have already rushed over. Why would I wait until now? Yang Kai chuckled. He nodded and said, All right, then let's see if you have the opportunity when the time comes. Xiao Wei immediately became spirited. His figure flickered and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. In the broken stone pavilion, the four saint sovereigns stood side by side. They looked at the blood door with serious gazes. At this moment, suddenly, a Yao general rushed over in a hurry. He raised his head and cupped his fists. Greetings, lords. Fan Hua looked down and said coldly, What's the matter? The goblin general replied, Master, Xiao Wei, Xia Monster King, requests an audience. Xiao Wei? Fan Hua frowned. Of course, he knew Xiao Wei. He was one of the 8 monster kings under his command. He was smart and strong, and could be considered one of the top monster kings. Why did he come to see him at this time? Fan Hua waved his hand and said, Call him over. Yes, the demon general replied. He hurriedly retreated. Not long after, Xiao Wei followed behind him and returned to this place. Even though he was the monster king, Xiao Wei still felt a mountain of pressure when he saw the 4 holy sages. This was especially so when he and Yang Kai's secret plan was no small matter. Once the Lord found out about it, he would die immediately. He could not help but feel a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wei cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Master. Other than Fan Hua, who glanced at him, the other 3 holy sages did not pay any attention to him. After all, Xiao Wei was the monster king under Fan Hua. He had nothing to do with them. What's the matter? Fan Hua asked calmly. Xiao Wei raised his head and looked at him. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. His appearance aroused the curiosity of the other 3 holy sages. They all turned their heads to look. Fan Hua said, Just say it. The holy sages are not outsiders. I was waiting for you to say that. Xiao Wei was secretly happy, but he did not show it on his face. He cupped his fists again and said, Master, one of my demon generals accidentally found a bell in a valley 3,000 miles away from here. A bell? What kind of bell is that? Fan Hua frowned and asked. Xiao Wei said, according to the demon general's description and my own speculation, that bell is very likely to be the legendary Mountains and Rivers Bell. What? Brahma Centipede was astounded. The other three Saint Venerables also looked at him in shock, their eyes sparkling. In an instant, Xiao Wei's body felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on his body, making him almost unable to breathe. Are you sure it's the Mountains and Rivers Bell? Luan Feng could not help but ask. Xiao Wei said with difficulty, there's an 80% chance, because my subordinate said that the bell was exuding a very strong wild power. It seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and earth. He only glanced at it from afar and did not dare to approach it. He hurried back to report. Suppressing the heavens and earth, wild power. Songo's lips trembled with excitement. It must be the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Where is it exactly? Fan Hua saw his excitement and said indifferently, this is strange. The Mountains and Rivers Bell was stolen by Yuan Ding from the ancient lands and disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Rumor has it that this ancient rare treasure was lost in the Shattered Star Sea along with Yuan Ding's fall. How could it reappear in the ancient lands for no reason, and at this time? He was undoubtedly suspicious, so even though the Mountains and Rivers Bell was of great use to him, he could not help but inquire about it. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes also flashed when she heard this. She nodded slightly and said, the timing is indeed strange. Shihua rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, do you suspect that someone is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Fan Hua coldly snorted and looked at Xiao Wei with a cold face. Don't worry, this king has always treated you well. Do you know the consequences of deceiving this king? Xiao Wei's entire body stiffened, and he was even unable to raise his head under the extremely great pressure. He could only say in a low voice, my lord, I naturally wouldn't dare forget the kindness of recognizing my worth. However, this matter is indeed true, so I don't dare conceal anything. As for the bell, this subordinate heard that the Shattered Star Sea on the human side just opened a few years ago. Did someone bring the Mountains and Rivers Bell out of the Shattered Star Sea? As soon as these words came out, Fan Hua showed a thoughtful look. He naturally knew about the Shattered Star Sea, so Xiao Wei's words had some basis. Whether it is true or not, we will know once we go and take a look. It's only a few thousand kilometers away, Songo urged from the side, looking impatient. Of course we will go and take a look, but who will stay here to keep watch? Fan Hua glanced at the others. Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. This queen has not seen much of the world, so I will go and broaden my horizons. Songo sternly said, I will also go and take a look. Fan Hua turned his gaze to Shihua, but Shihua was not happy and snorted. What are you looking at me for? I want to go too. Anyway, if you all leave, I won't stay here alone. Fan Hua sighed, knowing that these three could not be counted on. The Mountains and Rivers Bell had appeared at this time for no reason, and it was thousands of kilometers away, so he couldn't help but wonder if someone wanted to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, all four Saint Sages wanted this bell and were afraid it would be taken by others, so it was not appropriate to leave anyone here. Sighing, he said, then let's all go and take a look. However, the Mountains and Rivers Bell is an ancient rare treasure that not everyone can subdue. Everyone depends on their own luck. Although he felt it was a little inappropriate, the temptation of the Mountains and Rivers Bell was too great. Not to mention, there were 32 Monster King and the 8 great holy emissaries guarding this place, so there shouldn't be any problems in a short time. Xiao Wei, who was standing below uneasily, was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that great things were looking forward to. Once these four left, it would be much easier for Yang Kai to act. However, he didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on that gave him the confidence to break the blood door seal in front of so many monster race masters. There were nearly 43rd Order Emperor Realm Masters, and when they joined forces, even the great emperors would have to avoid them. However, Before he could savor this joy, Fanhua suddenly beckoned to him and said, "Wu Wei, you lead the way." Xie Wu Wei's face turned bitter, but he didn't dare to resist and could only obediently lead the way. In a flash of light, Xie Wu Wei had already disappeared with the 4 saint sages. In the distant jungle, Yang Kai, who had concealed his aura, watched the 4 saint sages leave and breathed a sigh of relief. With these 4 divine spirits guarding this place, he really didn't dare to act rashly. Fortunately, the biggest threat had been eliminated. Although the remaining Monster King and Saint Envoy were powerful, they weren't to the point of despair. After waiting quietly for a while, and confirming that the 4 saint sages were far away, Yang Kai released his divine sense and communicated with his embodiment. In the small sealed world, the embodiment, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Get ready." The group of stone spirits and wood spirits, who had been waiting for a long time, all looked solemn. Even Xiao Xiao took out the heaven-shaking pillar and carried it on his shoulder, looking majestic. Everyone knew that what awaited them next was a battle to the death. If they didn't succeed, they would die for a righteous cause. A somber atmosphere suddenly filled the air, causing the entire small sealed world to become much more dignified. On the towering mountain peak, there was nothing but an oval-shaped blood-red door standing in place. The Blood Door? One of the 2 great forbidden areas of the ancient wildland, a place where the creatures of the ancient wildland could be reborn. Figures shuttled back and forth near the Blood Door, constantly patrolling. The aura of each figure was dense, and their monster chi was rolling. They looked like they were not to be trifled with. These people were the left and right saint envoys under the 4 saint sages. There were a total of 8 of them. They were the most trusted subordinates of the 4 saint sages, so naturally, they were arranged to patrol the innermost area in order to guard against the Monster King. However, the Blood Door was also very tempting to the 8 emissaries. It was an attraction that came from their bloodlines and could not be covered up by their loyalty. As the 8 emissaries patrolled back and forth, they glanced at the Blood Door from time to time. Their eyes were filled with desire. However, with others present, no matter how tempted they were, they didn't dare to barge into the Blood Door. This kind of thing was extremely painful and torturous. It was like starving to death, but there was a delicious meal in front of you, but you couldn't eat it. Fortunately, the 8 saint envoys were all quite strong, so they could barely suppress the restlessness in their hearts. HM? At this moment, an envoy who was patrolling nearby paused and glanced at the place where the Blood Door was located. He frowned. He faintly felt that there were some abnormal energy fluctuations coming from the Blood Door. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 2586. Before the Saint Envoy could figure out what was going on, the space on the other side distorted and a tall figure appeared out of thin air. The Saint Envoy was shocked. The 8 of them had clearly sealed off the surrounding 10 kilometers. Not even a mosquito could fly in, let alone a human. There were also 32 Monster King guards 50 kilometers away. How could a human enter under all these layers of interception? And judging from his aura, it was actually a human. How could this be? The Saint Envoy was both shocked and angry. He hurriedly shouted, "Who are you, little thief? How dare you trespass into the restricted area? Hand over your life." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed like a rainbow, wrapped in the rolling demonic chi, pouncing towards Yang Kai. While in midair, he swatted down with his palm. This was a furious blow from a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so naturally, its power was extraordinary. Yang Kai stood in place, feeling all the bones in his body creak. For the first time, he truly experienced the terrifying strength of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't panic and just coldly watched the monster race's figure pouncing towards him. When it was about time, he suddenly waved his hand. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk like a divine army descending from the heavens, the Stone Spirit Clan, led by Elder Shirling, made a shocking appearance. However, there was no trace of the Wood Spirit Clan. The hundreds of Wood Spirit clansmen were nowhere to be seen. This made Yang Kai suspicious. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a furious roar shook the heavens and the earth in an instant. It took a small step forward, and its body, which was only half the height of a human, suddenly grew bigger. It was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds, and suddenly turned into a 30 feet tall stone giant. It was clad in a stone armor with a deep luster. He looked impregnable. It seemed to be able to defend against attacks that could destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-shaking pillar on his shoulder also grew longer and thicker at the same time. He swung it at the incoming monster race saint. The sound of wind and thunder rang out. The power of this staff swept up the power of heaven and earth. The monster race saint was instantly thrown into chaos. Previously, when he saw Yongkai alone, he didn't hesitate to rush over and kill Yongkai to eliminate future troubles. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, so many stone people would suddenly appear in front of him? Before he could even react, Xiao Zhao's staff had already smashed towards him. The demon race's divine emissary was quite impressive. He quickly stopped himself and released his demon qi, forming a layer of protection around his body. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! As the heaven-shaking pillar came crashing down, the demonic saint felt an unimaginable force rushing toward him. His demon essence was shattered, and the bones in his arms were broken. His body flew out uncontrollably. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Only after flying for several thousand feet did he manage to stabilize himself. The terrifying power of the Rock Spirit clan. That was how domineering he was. Even the monster race's divine envoy, whose strength was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, would not be able to withstand such a blow. Rock Spirit. The eyes of the sacred emissary of the demon race turned red. Although he had suffered a loss, it was only a minor injury. It was nothing serious. Instead, it provoked his murderous intent. Swish, swish, swish. Many people who heard the commotion flew over from all directions and stood on either side of the demon race divine envoy. Including the demon race divine envoy from before, there were a total of 8 people. They were the 8 divine envoys of the 4 Saint Venerables. These 8 monster race masters undoubtedly knew the Rock Spirit clan. After all, when the 4 Saint Venerables wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan, they had been the ones to communicate with each other. They were also the ones who passed the information between them. They couldn't beat each other and had met face to face more than once. One of the divine envoys, who had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted, "Elder, what do you want?" The Rock Spirit clan stood near the blood door. The elder stood at the head of the group and tapped his walking stick on the ground. "My clan's future is here. What do you think this old master wants?" The divine envoy's eyes turned cold as he quickly said, "Elder, don't make a mistake. You should know the consequences of angering the 4 Saint Venerables. The Rock Spirit clan has very few members. You don't want to see it wiped out, do you?" The elder chuckled and stroked his beard. "My clan was born with the blessing of heaven and earth. Unless the will of heaven and earth descends, I'm afraid no one else has the ability to destroy my clan." Another divine envoy immediately gritted his teeth and said, "We were ordered to guard this place and not let anyone come close. Elder, are you trying to make things difficult for us?" The elder said indifferently, "It's not difficult. If you can turn a blind eye to this, the Rock Spirit clan will be grateful." Wishful thinking. The injured divine envoy shouted angrily, "Trespassing into the blood door, you will definitely die today." The elder sighed and said, "The change of the blood door is a great opportunity for the ancient land's creatures to restore the glory of their ancestors. As long as you can break the seal of the blood door and enter the blood door, you will have a chance to obtain the Saint Spirit source. The 8 of you have been following the 4 Saint Venerables for many years. I'm sure you know the secret of the blood door. Instead of killing each other here, why don't we all join hands and share the source of the blood door? Isn't that wonderful?" I didn't know the elder was so good at talking. I have learned a lot today. The injured divine envoy coldly snorted with a mocking expression. The elder said, "Today, the Rock Spirit clan will come out in full force. We are determined to obtain the secret of the blood door. Anyone who dares to hinder the future of our clan will be killed without mercy. 8 Master, please think about it carefully." Hearing this, the 8 divine envoys' expressions changed. In the past, when he interacted with the elder, He only felt that this old man was old and it was difficult for him to even speak. But today, he was so unyielding and had a murderous look on his face. It was really surprising. The burly divine envoy sighed and said, "Since the elder insists, I'm afraid we can only offend you." No one dared to underestimate the strength of the Rock Spirit clan. If they really fought with these stone giants, they were not sure they could win. While they were talking, the divine envoy, who was slightly injured by Xiao Zhao's stick, suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Despicable human, what are you doing?" Everyone was shocked and looked at the human who appeared first. They saw that the human was actually waving his hands and constantly forming mysterious seals. Beside him, the space became extremely distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. This scene shocked the 8 divine envoys. They did not know what kind of mysterious divine technique this human had that could make the space change like this. Yang Kai's hands did not stop. He turned around and grinned, breaking the seal. This master of the divine envoy's question is so strange. "How dare you?" The divine envoy's expression changed and he shouted, "Stop right now, or I will cut you into pieces." Yang Kai coldly snorted. This young master is breaking the seal for the future of the ancient land. It's fine if you don't appreciate my kindness, but you want to kill me. What kind of logic is this? Human child, don't talk nonsense. How can you interfere in the ancient land's affairs? The elder said loudly, "This little friend is an honored guest of my Rock Spirit clan." This old master asked him to break the seal. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master can break the seal of the Bloodgate? What a joke. The elder said, "This little friend is proficient in the Tao of space. There is an independent small world inside the Bloodgate. As long as he can tear the space barrier, he can naturally break the seal." The Tao of space. The 8 divine envoys were shocked. The elder continued, "8 Master, there are many divine spirit sources sealed inside the Bloodgate. You should have felt the resonance of your bloodlines. If he can really break the seal, it will be of great benefit to you." The burly divine envoy said, "How could we not know? It's just that the Saint Venerables have ordered." The elder chuckled and said, "The Saint Venerables are not here now. They have gone to a place thousands of kilometers away. You can't see them." The Saint Venerables are not here? The 8 divine envoys were stunned. They turned to look at the place where the 4 Saint Venerables were and found that there was no one there. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but feel a little restless. No one was willing to be inferior to others. Although the 8 divine envoys were loyal to the 4 Saint Venerables, if they could improve their strength further, no one was willing to miss such a good opportunity. If this human could really tear the space barrier and open the Bloodgate, they might really be able to enter and inherit the divine spirit sources from their ancestors and restore the glory of their ancestors. But who could guarantee that this human would be able to break the seal? If he failed and the Saint Venerables found out that they did not put in any effort, they might be punished for it. The 8 divine envoys looked at each other and seemed to understand each other's thoughts. The burly divine envoy took a step forward and said lightly, "I'm sorry. Although the elder's words are tempting, we can't disobey the orders of the Saint Venerables. Sorry for the offense." As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 divine envoys turned into 8 streams of light and rushed in front of the Stone Spirit clan. "Stop them!" The elder waved his walking stick and pointed forward. With the order, except for Xiao Xiao, the other 8 stone spirits, from Stone 1 to Stone 8, jumped out and stopped 1 divine envoy each. In an instant, near the Bloodgate, the demonic vitality filled the air and the demonic chi rolled. The stone spirits and the 8 divine envoys fought fiercely. But soon, the 8 stone spirits who participated in the battle found something unusual. The 8 divine envoys didn't use their full strength and all the attacks were easily blocked by them. Although the stone spirits weren't very intelligent, they weren't stupid. After all, they had lived for so many years. How could they not know what the 8 divine envoys were planning? They were secretly happy and fought with their opponents. Soon, the bare mountain peak was filled with sand and stones. It looked very lively. Seeing this, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. He knew that the 8 divine envoys were tempted by the elder's words. At this moment, they were just acting to prevent the 4 Saint Venerables from investigating. But then again, even if they tried their best, they couldn't do anything to the Stone Spirit clan. Since the 8 divine envoys were willing to act, he had no more worries. He immediately devoted himself to breaking the seal of the Blood Gate. He used the Space Divine technique without holding back. Xiao Xiao and the elders stood aside and watched nervously. Chapter 2587. The battle near the Blood Gate was in full swing. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Monster Kings further away. Out of curiosity, they all rushed over to investigate, wanting to see what had happened. In a short period of time, more than 10 Monster Kings had gathered 5 miles away. When they saw the faces of the enemies who were fighting with the 8 messengers, they were all shocked. The Rock Spirit Clan. Why are they here? How is that possible? We have deployed guards outside. They can't just appear here out of thin air. Could they have come from underground? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to force their way through the Blood Gate? The Monster Kings were all talking at once. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Although they had thought about forcing their way through the Blood Gate on more than one occasion, they really didn't have the courage to actually take action. At this moment, seeing the Shirling clan appear out of thin air and stand together with the 8 emissaries, their hearts were filled with admiration and anger. They were impressed because they were so bold and were not afraid of being blamed by the 4 holy sages. They were angry because these guys were so reckless. They would definitely be punished later. Thinking of this, the Monster Kings looked at each other and were about to rush over to help. The Rock Spirit clan was difficult to deal with. It was common knowledge in the ancient land. Although the 8 messengers were powerful, they might not be able to win against the entire Rock Spirit clan. Only by joining forces would they be able to suppress the Rock Spirit clan's arrogance in one fell swoop. Don't panic, messengers. We are here to help you. A Monster King shouted and rushed over, wrapped in demonic chi. The burly holy messenger, who was fighting with Rock One, narrowed his eyes. He shouted, "Don't come over." The demon monarchs that were charging forward immediately stopped in their tracks. Their faces were full of shock. Although in the ancient land, the 32 Monster Kings and the 8 great holy messengers were similar in strength, in terms of status, the holy messengers were still a level higher. After all, they were the confidants of the 4 holy sages and had always followed them. They could be considered as the holy sages' representatives. Under normal circumstances, their words were the Lord's orders. That was why no Monster King dared to disobey the saints' orders. However, they were all confused. They didn't know what the saints' intentions were. Continue to guard the perimeter and prevent anyone from receiving us. If there are any more intruders, kill them without mercy. The burly saint emissary shouted as he guarded against Stone One's destructive attack. Yes, sir. Many Monster King answered one after another, but each of them had a strange expression on their faces. They were all experts of the demon clan who had cultivated for countless years. His mind was nimble and meticulous. He could more or less see that there was something wrong with the burly saint's order. Under normal circumstances, everyone should work together to get rid of the trouble of the Stone Spirit clan as soon as possible. After all, the Blood Gate was of great importance and could not tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. But now, the Saint Emissary wanted them to continue guarding the perimeter. It was as if he didn't want them to interfere in the battle. With just the 8 sacred envoys, they definitely wouldn't be able to do anything to the Rock Spirit clan. They looked at each other and muttered in their hearts. They didn't know if this was the Saint Emissary's idea or the Lord's order. If it was the Lord's order, it was possible. After all, the Lords had always wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan. Unfortunately, these rock spirits were like stones in a latrine pit. They were smelly and hard. The Lords had tried many times but failed. This might be an opportunity. However, no matter how much the Saint Emissaries wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan, it was unlikely that they would take the Blood Gate as a joke. There's a human over there. What's that person doing? A Monster King suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and asked with wide eyes. When the other Monster King heard this, they all looked over. After a while, their expressions changed greatly. This human is breaking the Blood Gate seal. What? This is ridiculous. What is the 8 Masters' intention? Why are they just watching this person break the seal and not stopping him? If the Lord knew about this, it would be terrible. This is bad. The 8 masters being held back by the 8 rock spirits. This person is simply unscrupulous. What should we do? Why are you so anxious? Maybe the 8 masters deliberately letting this happen? A monster king who seemed to be smart suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. Another monster king turned his head and looked at him leisurely. He said lightly, "Hu Li, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." The monster king who was called Hu Li laughed and said, "I'm just saying. Brothers, feel free to listen." However, some words couldn't be taken lightly. Previously, the burly Saint Emissary didn't allow them to get close to the battlefield. Instead, he asked them to continue guarding the periphery. This made the Monster Kings suspicious. Now that Hu Li reminded them, they were all shocked. They faintly felt that this might be the truth of the matter. In an instant, every Monster King felt their scalp go numb and their whole body turn cold. The 8 Saint Emissaries. Were they going to rebel against the Lord Saint? If that was really the case, the entire ancient land would be in chaos. With this preconceived notion, many Monster Kings quickly realized that something was wrong when they looked at the battle that was in full swing. At first glance, the battle over there seemed to be extremely fierce. The 8 Saint Emissaries and the rock spirits looked as if they couldn't wait to kill each other. They didn't show any mercy in their attacks. However, no matter how they fought, no one was injured. Not even a small injury could be seen. This situation was obviously a little strange. Hu Li's eyes turned again and looked in a certain direction. He said in surprise, "Where did the 4 Saint Emissaries go? Why can't I see any trace of them?" He didn't see any sign of them there. Immediately, a Monster King answered, "I heard that the 4 Saint Emissaries received a piece of news and left in a hurry. I don't know where they went." They received a piece of news. Hu Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. What kind of news is more important than the Bloodgate? Why did the 4 Saint Emissaries rush over? I'm not sure about that. The Monster King shook his head. Interesting. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, taking advantage of the situation, cutting off all means of retreat. Does the Rock Spirit clan have such brains? Hu Li laughed softly. Although his voice wasn't loud, the other Monster Kings heard him clearly. At this time, many Monster Kings didn't know what was going on at the Bloodgate. Their emotions suddenly became complicated. They were anxious and worried. They were anxious because the human had been breaking the seal for half a day, but there was no result at all. He was simply a piece of trash. They were worried because, if the 4 Saint Emissaries returned, the battle at the Bloodgate would probably end very quickly. Although the rock spirits were powerful, they were still not enough in front of the 4 Saint Emissaries. Once the battle ended, the Bloodgate seal wouldn't be able to be broken. What should we do now? The Monster King who spoke earlier moved closer to Hu Li and asked in a low voice. The other Demon Kings also looked over, as if they were waiting for him to lead them. There was no other way. Hu Li had the best brain among all the Monster Kings. No matter how complicated the situation was, he could easily solve it. This was also why he could become one of the 32 Monster Kings, even though he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In the entire ancient wildlands, among the 30 Monster Kings, Hu Li was the only one who wasn't a peak 12th Order monster beast. In a one-on-one battle, the other Monster Kings wouldn't put him in their eyes, but in terms of tricks, the other 31 Monster Kings combined wouldn't be his opponent. At such a delicate moment, the Monster Kings naturally hoped that he could come up with an idea. Hearing this, Hu Li smiled and said calmly, "Why are you all looking at me? I also want to know what to do." The Monster King snorted coldly. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Hu Li, we brothers have lived and died together in the ancient wildlands for so many years. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to hide it? That's right, Hu Li. Now is not the time to play tricks. The group of Monster Kings stared at him, as if they wanted him to come up with an idea. Hu Li spread his hands and smiled bitterly. You really shouldn't ask me about this. It's meaningless. As soon as he said this, the faces of the Monster Kings turned unhappy. They secretly felt that this cunning guy was really too unreasonable. It was really annoying. Hu Li smiled and said, Didn't you, Master, just say that we should be on guard outside to prevent anyone from approaching? We'll just listen to your orders." He looked as if there was a hidden meaning in his words. The eyes of the group of Monster Kings lit up when they heard this. One of the Monster Kings clenched his fist and hammered his hand, saying, "That's right. We just need to follow orders. Even if the sky falls, there will naturally be someone tall to hold it up." "That's right, that's right." After the words were said, the Monster Kings relaxed. They all stood there and looked at the intense battle not far away. From time to time, they would even point and comment on the battle. They were very carefree. Just as Huli had said earlier, they were just following orders to guard the perimeter. Even if the Saint Venerables were to blame them, they would have an excuse. The ones to be punished would only be the 8 Saint Envoys, and it would have nothing to do with them. However, if the humans managed to break the seal before the Saint Venerables came back, at that time, all the Monster Kings and Saint Messengers would definitely rush into the Blood Door. Who would care about the Saint Masters? The Stone Spirit Clan's plan is so big. Do they really have the confidence to succeed? Huli stood in the middle of the Monster Kings and looked at Yang Kai with a slight frown. But as far as he knew, since the Blood Door's appearance, no one had been able to break it. Usually, no one could get close to it. If it weren't for the Blood Door's sudden change this time, the area within a 10-mile radius would still be a forbidden area. Above a towering tree, a small head poked out from the lush canopy. It was Zhang Ruoshi who was hiding here. Widening her eyes and looking forward, Ruoshi saw the battle near the Blood Door at a glance. She also saw Yang Kai, who was using his Emperor Qi to activate the Space Divine technique. The situation looked very dangerous. From time to time, violent monster race secret techniques would fly past Yang Kai's body. Sir is in trouble. Ruoshi was anxious and her delicate body swayed, wanting to fly over to help. Chapter 2588. If it was before, she wouldn't have dared to rush over like this even if she wanted to, but it was different now. With the Emperor Artifact 10,000 Beast Seal, she had sealed millions of monster beast souls, and 12th Order monster beast souls were everywhere. She believed that with the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal, she could definitely help a little. Even if it was insignificant, as long as she could contribute, it would be of some use. Just as she flew up, she felt a tight grip around her ankle, and she was pulled back again. Landing back on the tree trunk, Ruoshi shouted angrily, "Third Senior, what are you doing?" The person who pulled her back just now was Iceheart Valley's third sister. If she hadn't been with her and relied on her strength and concealment skills, Zhang Ruoshi wouldn't have been able to get close to this place. After all, she was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while there were plenty of second-order Emperor Realm monster beasts in the vicinity of the Blood Door. Only Third Brother, relying on his miraculous concealment secret art, could bring Zhang Ruoshi here without anyone noticing. Seeing Zhang Ruoshi's anger, Third Sister looked scared, but she still kept waving her hand, pointing in the direction of the battlefield. Then, she reached out and wiped her neck, sticking out a large part of her tongue. Ruoshi quickly said, "I know it's dangerous over there, and my life may be in danger, but Sir is over there, so I have to go and help." Third Sister grabbed Zhang Ruoshi's hand and shook her head like a rattle drum, showing that she wouldn't let go even if she died. Ruoshi sighed, patted the back of Third Sister's hand, and said softly, "Sir has taught me and raised me for so many years, but Ruoshi has never been able to repay him. Now, Ruoshi finally has some strength to help Sir. I can't stay here and watch. Third Senior, let me go. Even if I die, Ruoshi will never regret it." She didn't know if Third Sister understood or not, but she just held her hand tightly and wouldn't let go. "Third Senior, if you continue like this, I will hate you," Ruoshi said anxiously. Third Sister grinned. She smiled foolishly at her. Her pearly white teeth were as white as jade, forming a stark contrast with her dirty face. Outside the Blood Door, the Elder, who was originally waiting with a solemn expression, rubbed his walking stick uneasily. Although he was surprised that the 8 Saint Emissaries were willing to cooperate with him with just a few words, other than the 8 Saint Emissaries, there were still 32 Monster Kings. These 32 Monster Kings were not much weaker than the 8 Saint Emissaries. If the 32 Monster King charged over again, Relying on the strength of the Rock Spirit clan alone, they might not be able to withstand it. At that time, they could only let all the rock spirits form a circle, protecting Yongkai in the middle, and resist for as long as they could. He could only think of a way to protect Yongkai and leave this place. However, something even more unexpected happened. 32 monster monarchs charged over with overbearing momentum. After being ordered by the burly Saint Emissary, they actually stood in the distance and watched the show. They had no intention of interfering in the battle. It seemed that the temptation of the blood door was really great. The elder knew that the 32 monster kings stood by and watched. It was not because of the prestige of the burly Saint Emissary, nor was it because they were strong enough, but because they were also very interested in the blood door. They hoped that they could break the seal and open the blood door, allowing them to reap without sowing. His mood relaxed a lot, but soon, the elder began to worry again. In the current situation, if Yongkai could tear the space barrier and open the seal of the blood door, it would be fine. When the time came, the group of monster beasts would definitely rush into the blood door. But if he failed, not to mention the disappointment, the 8 Saint Emissaries would not show mercy. Even the 32 Monster King felt that they would not let them go. When the time came, nearly 43rd Order Emperor Realm Masters would attack together. The Rock Spirit Clan would not be able to fight back. As he thought about it, the Elder's expression became solemn, and his mood became heavier. Elder. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly let out a low shout. Here. The Elder hurriedly responded. He turned his head and saw that the space around the blood door was distorted, but there was no sign of the seal being broken. Are you sure that the pattern you showed me before was a revelation left by the previous Wood Spirit Patriarch at the cost of his last life force? Yang Kai did not stop moving his hands, but his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I'm sure. What's wrong? The elder had a guilty conscience, but his words were extremely firm. How could an elder lie to others? Then the revelation should be from this young master? Yang Kai continued to ask. The elder had a bad premonition in his heart and said dryly, yes. What bullshit revelation? Yang Kai was angry. This young master can't open this bullshit seal at all. How can that be? The elder's heart jumped. How could he dare to let Yang Kai back down? He immediately persuaded, the seal of the blood door is not ordinary. How can it be broken so easily? Guest, you can try. There's no rush. It's not a matter of whether or not I'm in a hurry. Yang Kai sighed and withdrew his divine technique. The distorted space around him returned to normal as he turned to the elder and said, I am powerless. I can't even feel the space barrier, so how can I break the seal? Continuing like this will only be futile. Elder, I think we should withdraw while they are still easy to talk to. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the 4 Saint Masters will return. The elder was shocked. Weren't those 4 Saint Masters lured away by Guest's clever plan? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, they are not fools. They will definitely discover a flaw. Once they do, I'm afraid they will immediately return. A distance of 3,000 kilometers is nothing to them. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave when they return. The elder fell silent. Although he knew what Yang Kai said was true, at this point, it would be a pity to give up now. His expression turned serious, and he said, Guest, please step back a little. Let this old man in Stone 9 try. Yang Kai knew that he was unwilling to give up, so he did not stop him. He only said in an extremely indignant tone, this time, we have been screwed over by the previous Wood Spirit Patriarch. If he had not seen the 9 ancient patterns in the treehouse, Yang Kai would not have agreed to the Stone Spirit Clan's request so easily. He really thought that he was the savior of the 2 clans. In the end, when he came to try, he was completely powerless. He could not understand why the previous Wood Spirit Patriarch had left behind those 9 patterns before his death. The human in those patterns was clearly him, so why couldn't he open the blood door? Just as he was filled with unwillingness, the elder and Xiao Xiao roared in unison. Xiao Xiao, who was already 10 meters tall, suddenly swelled up, turning into a stone giant that was 15 meters tall. The elder, who had always given off the impression of an old man, also seemed to have been reborn at this moment. His hunched back straightened, and with a series of crackling sounds, he transformed into a stone giant that was even taller than Xiao Xiao. Not only that, but the stones piled up on his body were like muscles, full of explosive power. The two glanced at each other, and then Xiao Xiao raised the heaven-shaking pillar high and smashed it down without reservation. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out, and the force that was enough to destroy the world actually shook the blood door slightly, but it soon calmed down. Xiao Xiao withdrew the heaven-shaking pillar, but the elder had already thrown a punch. The huge fist also smashed the blood door, causing it to shake violently, but it was still impregnable. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk a series of deafening bangs rang out as Xiao Xiao and the elder joined forces and bombarded the blood door without any regard for their lives. The violent strength of the Rock Spirit clan was displayed vividly at this moment. Even if there was a 1,000-blade mountain in front of them, the two of them could flatten it with one blow, but the blood door showed no signs of breaking at all. That human can't break the seal. Are they going to break it with brute force? Huli saw this scene and naturally knew what the Rock Spirit clan was planning. But it doesn't seem to be working. Another Monster King frowned. The Rock Spirit clan is born with amazing brute force and can be said to be the most powerful clan in the world. Even the Holy Spirits can't compare. If they can't break it, then this blood door. The mood of the group of monsters suddenly sank to the bottom, and they realized that the hope of breaking the seal was very slim. Previously, when they were watching the show, the monsters were more or less looking forward to the moment when the seal of the blood door was broken. But at this time, that expectation gradually turned into deep disappointment. They were just disappointed, but the 8 holy emissaries were more than disappointed. They were angry. The few of them were just playing along with the Rock Spirit clan, turning a blind eye and allowing the Rock Spirit clan to do whatever they wanted in the Bloodgate. How could they have known that these guys would accomplish nothing, making them look forward to it for so long in vain? If the Saint Venerables found out later, they would definitely not be spared. Moreover, with such a big commotion, it would not be long before the Saint Venerables found out and came to investigate. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk another loud sound rang out, and the heaven-shaking pillar in Xiao Zhao's hand actually shattered into pieces and fell apart. This heaven-shaking pillar was obtained by Yang Kai when he entered the Emperor Garden on Shadowed Star. It had been used as a weapon by Xiao Xiao until today. Xiao Xiao was obviously stunned when the heaven-shaking pillar collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the elder's punch also failed, and a trace of despair gradually appeared in his eyes. "Elder, it's time to leave." Yang Kai observed the expressions of the 8 holy emissaries and secretly felt that their patience was reaching its limit, so he couldn't help urging them. The elder didn't reply and continued to punch at the blood door with Xiao Xiao, creating an earth-shattering sound. "Elder," Yang Kai shouted, "where there is life, there is hope. If we don't leave now, the Rock Spirit clan will definitely be buried here." Waking up from his daze, the elder withdrew his fist with a heavy expression and shouted unwillingly, "Leave? You want to leave after coming here? How could it be so easy in this world?" The burly holy emissary's voice was cold as he no longer held back, his monster chi surging violently as he punched the chest of the Rock Spirit in front of him. The Rock Spirit clan did not react in time and was directly knocked back several dozen meters before tumbling through the air. The burly holy emissary was also furious, feeling that he had been played for a fool, so he naturally did not want to let the Rock Spirit clan leave so easily. Chapter 2589. The other 7 Saint Envoys did the same. Seeing that the Blood Gate was hopeless and that the Rock Spirit clan was going to retreat, they no longer held back and pushed their cultivations to the limit. The Rock Spirits who were fighting against them suffered great losses and were forced to retreat. However, the Rock Spirit clan was not only born with great strength, but also a strong physique. Unless their bodies were crushed, not only would they not die, they would not even be injured. After the burly Monster King forced his opponent back with a single move, he shouted, "Monster Kings, listen up! The Rock Spirit clan has trespassed into the Bloodgate restricted area and is up to no good. By the order of the Saint, take them all down." He pointed his finger, and the 31 Monster Kings, who were watching from a distance, rushed over like wolves and tigers and surrounded the Rock Spirit clan in an instant. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized that they were in big trouble. The 8 Saint Envoys and the 31 Monster Kings made a total of nearly 43rd Order Emperor Realm Masters. Such a powerful lineup could only be subdued by the great emperors themselves. Asterisk Wong Wong Wong. Asterisk a powerful aura burst out, and the whole world hummed. The gravel on the ground slowly floated up uncontrollably, as if there was an invisible force bouncing them up. If you don't have a diamond, why take on this porcelain job? Huli sighed and slowly shook his head. His eyes swept over the 10 huge rock giants and finally fixed on Yang Kai. Leave this human to this king. You deal with the rest. He was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he did not have the courage to confront the Rock Spirit clan head-on. However, dealing with a first-order Emperor Realm human was not a problem for him. The burly Saint Envoy obviously knew what Huli was planning. Hearing this, he only glanced coldly at Yang Kai. He warned, Huli, you have to be careful. This human is proficient in the Tao of Space. Huli was surprised and whispered, Tao of Space? This is rather interesting. Although he said so, he still did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. After all, the gap between their cultivations was too obvious. The burly Saint Emissary's face was gloomy as he looked coldly at the elder. I respect your old age, and I don't want to fall out with your clan. As long as you cooperate and surrender, maybe the Saint Venerables will show mercy when they return. However, if you are stubborn, then I can only offend you. The elder sighed and said, Sacred Envoy, this old man appreciates your kind intentions, but my Stone Spirit clan will not submit to anyone. Not even the saint? The burly saint's eyes turned cold. The elder shook his head slowly. The burly sacred emissary gently nodded and said indifferently, If that's the case. He raised his hand high. Then, he swung his arm down and shouted, Kill! Swish, swish, swish. More than 30 monster king figures swayed, wrapped in abundant demonic chi, and rushed toward the Rock Spirit clan. In an instant, the elder took the lead. The rock spirits roared in unison. Huge fists were swung out, as if they could shatter heaven and earth. Wrapped in an unimaginable violent force, they went to meet the Monster King. The Monster King did not dare to fight them head-on. They all used their demonic techniques to hide their bodies, and then used their advantage in numbers and agility to deal with them. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions were heard, and rays of light bloomed. The curtain of an earth-shattering battle was lifted. Take ninth sure and leave. Leave my rock spirit bloodline. The elder suddenly shouted. The crutch in his hand was swung in a circle, and he smashed it toward a Monster King that was flying toward him. However, the Monster King nimbly dodged it. Yang Kai knew that the elder was talking to him. However, at this moment, how could he leave as he wished? If he was alone, he could come and go as he pleased. However, if he wanted to take Xiao Xiao away, he would have to first put him into the sealed world bead. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to have lost his mind and was fighting side by side with the other rock spirits. If he did not take the initiative to cooperate, Yang Kai would not be able to forcibly put him into the sealed world bead. Human, let this king have a taste of your skills. Suddenly, a figure blurred in front of him. Yang Kai discovered that the Monster King named Huli had suddenly appeared in front of him. He had a slight smile on his face, and he lightly slapped his palm toward him. Scram! Yang Kai also raised his palm and met the other party's attack. You've got guts. Huli chuckled. He found this human to be quite interesting. He actually dared to meet him head-on with a cultivation level lower than his. Did this human have no combat experience? But soon, his smile stiffened on his face. This was because the moment his palms collided, Huli felt a power that was not inferior to his own come from the front. The power of his palm was easily flattened. Not only that, but the other party's attack also contained a mysterious power that fluctuated freely in space. It seemed to be able to cut his palm open. Huli turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. He looked at Yang Kai with a look of horror. The contempt and indifference in his eyes disappeared, and it was replaced with extreme seriousness. Condense! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. The surrounding space law surged, and the space where Huli was instantly solidified. It was as if he had fallen into a pool of mud. Not only was his body unable to move freely, but even the power in his body was difficult to circulate. Yang Kai clapped his hands again and pulled, and with a sizzling sound, a huge pitch-black moon blade suddenly took shape and was thrown directly towards Hu Li. Hu Li's complexion changed drastically and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt his hands and feet turn cold and his entire body turn cold. He desperately urged his strength to dodge, but he found that he was powerless. Under the inexplicable binding of the space principles, he could not avoid this blow. In a hurry, Hu Li could only open his mouth and spit out a snow-white ball about the size of a quail egg, exuding a strange fragrance. A monster core. At this moment of life and death, Hu Li decisively spat out this monster core that could not be easily exposed. Blowing on the spinning monster core in front of him, a layer of protection suddenly appeared in front of him. Hong. The huge moon blade slammed into the protective layer, as if it had cut into a ball of extremely tough cotton candy. It was not until its own power was exhausted that the layer of protection was broken. At the same time, the space principles that bound Hu Li disappeared. Hu Li did not dare to hesitate and quickly put away his monster core, then jumped back a few dozen meters. After putting some distance between himself and Yang Kai, he gasped for breath with a face full of lingering fear. He had underestimated this human being and had almost caused him to be doomed eternally. If he had not used the power of his monster core, he was afraid that he would have been split in two. This human, what was his background? On the other side, one of the 8 envoys who had not participated in the battle saw Hu Li retreat and could not help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised by Yang Kai's amazing fighting strength. However, he also knew that the monster king Hu Li was not known for his fighting strength, but mainly for his tricks, so he was not too surprised and took a step forward with a cold snort. While his afterimage was still in place, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. Looking down at Yang Kai condescendingly, the Saint Envoy reached out to grab Yang Kai, as if he was trying to catch a chicken. His expression was relaxed as he said lightly, "A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master dares to act so presumptuously in the ancient lands? It seems that your master has not told you how dangerous the ancient lands are. This is not a place where you humans can do as you please." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands. A mysterious aura suddenly filled the air, and time seemed to stop at this moment. The Saint Envoy only felt that his thoughts had suddenly come to a halt and his vision blurred. Yang Kai had already struck him with his palm. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. A murmur sounded in the Saint Envoy's ears. In front of everyone's eyes, the Saint Envoy seemed to have been cast on him and was caught off guard by the seal. It was only at this moment that the Saint Envoy suddenly woke up. In an instant, his expression changed greatly as he felt the terrifying power coming from his arm. He screamed and hurriedly retreated. The monster chi in his body trembled and rushed to his arm, resisting the terrifying power. Looking down, the Saint Envoy could not help but widen his eyes in shock. His arm seemed to have experienced the baptism of the flowing time great emperor, and its vitality was rapidly draining away. His originally sturdy arm was about to wither. What kind of power is this? The Saint Envoy exclaimed and hurriedly urged his monster chi to force this power out of his body. But how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the ancient land's monster race, he naturally wanted to kill as many as he could to relieve the pressure on the Stone Spirit clan. The myriad sword buzzed as Emperor Chi surged. A dazzling sword light more than 10 meters long slashed down at the Saint Envoy. If this attack hit, the Saint Envoy would be seriously injured even if he did not die. At the very least, he would not be able to fight for a while. In fact, the strength of this Saint Envoy had exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal had always been successful ever since he cultivated it, but this Saint Envoy was able to break free from the interference of time principles at the most critical moment, causing the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal to fail and only injure one of the Saint Envoy's arms. As expected of a master comparable to a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If he had been prepared, Yang Kai estimated that the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal would not have been able to hit him. The sword light was dazzling, and the sword intent soared to the sky. Yang Kai's murderous intent was so dense that it was almost tangible. "Human, don't you dare!" The burly Saint Envoy roared. He did not seem to move, but he suddenly appeared between Yang Kai and the Saint Envoy who had been hit by the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Without dodging, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's myriad sword. First, the Monster King who had been scared away by Yang Kai. Now, another Saint Envoy had been injured by him. If this Saint Envoy really died under Yang Kai's sword, the ancient land's monster race would lose face. Even if he could kill Yang Kai after this, he would be punished by the Holy Master. How could the burly Saint Envoy just stand by and watch Yang Kai display his might? Chapter 2590. Under the burly Saint Envoy's punch, Yang Kai's myriad sword wave was shattered, and his entire body was swept away by the powerful fist wind. "You overestimate yourself," the burly Saint Envoy coldly snorted, his murderous intent flashing as he sent out another punch. It was a simple and direct movement, without the slightest bit of fancy, but it was a simple strike. The burly Saint Envoy still wanted to subdue the Stone Spirit clan and was unwilling to fight them to the death unless it was absolutely necessary, but for a human like Yang Kai, a trivial human was nothing. So what if he had to kill him? Before the fist arrived, the wind created by it whistled through the air, causing Yang Kai's skin to hurt. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. The difference in cultivation was too great. Yang Kai was only able to injure a Saint Envoy just now because he caught him off guard. The biggest credit for that was the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now, he didn't even have time to form a seal when this punch came. "Come out!" As Kai Yang rapidly retreated, he suddenly shouted out. In the next moment, a huge stone giant appeared with a bang. This stone giant looked similar to the Stone Spirit clan, but its eyes were less violent and more intelligent. The embodiment. As soon as it appeared, the embodiment swung its fist forward to meet the attack. Before the burly Saint Envoy's complacent punch could hit Yang Kai, a stone spirit had mysteriously appeared in front of him. The Saint Envoy couldn't help but twitch his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. But when the fist arrived, he realized that it wasn't an illusion at all. It was too late for him to change his move in a hurry, so he could only brace himself and meet the embodiment's fist head-on. Kong. There was a loud bang. The embodiment staggered back 2 steps. The burly Saint Envoy, on the other hand, grunted as the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard from his wrist. His whole body flew backwards like a ragged sack. In terms of cultivation, the burly Saint Envoy was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, far stronger than the embodiment, but in terms of strength, the embodiment could easily crush him. The burly emissary was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The remaining 6 Saint Envoys who were watching the battle not far away were all stunned. All of them were petrified. He stood there in a daze, as if he had lost consciousness, unable to accept this fact. This human, who appeared to be the weakest among them, had actually forced a monster king to retreat in such a short amount of time and injured 2 holy messengers. Even though he was not the one who had injured the burly holy messenger, such a battle record was shocking enough. What the demons couldn't understand the most was where this Ling had jumped out from. Wasn't it said that the Rock Spirit clan was born with a limit of 10, and that they would die after 10? Including the last Rock Spirit, the Rock Spirit clan already had 11 clansmen. He had already broken the legend of death after 10 years. How could this be? If the Rock Spirit clan could surpass 10 in number, what other clan in the world could go against them? These guys were all battle maniacs. Each one of them would be extremely terrifying when they grew up. "Go help." Yang Kai flew to the embodiment's shoulder and turned his head to look in the direction of the Rock Spirit clan. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. It seemed to be summoning something. The Rock Spirit clan's situation was not optimistic. Even if they were born fighting machines and did not know fatigue, even if they had immense strength and strong bodies, they were still beaten to a pulp by the Monster King, who was 3 times their size. They were battered and exhausted. Each of the rock spirits seemed to have gone mad as they wantonly unleashed their power. However, they could not do anything to the agile monster kings. Instead, they scattered in all directions. There was no way for them to support each other. They could only fight on their own. Basically, every rock spirit had to face 3 Monster King-level powerhouses. However, these Monster Kings were extremely cunning. They divided up the work and worked together. 2 of them restrained the rock spirit's movements on the ground, while the other flew in the air, looking for opportunities to use powerful demonic techniques. Although the rock spirits were not in danger for the time being, in the long run, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. The elder obviously realized this as well. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Mu-Na, help me!" As soon as he finished speaking, colorful lights suddenly spread out from his back. Those lights condensed and extended behind him, directly forming 2 colorful wings. Yongkai was stunned when he saw this. He suddenly realized that this seemed to be the wood spirit's power. Those colorful wings should be the power that the wood spirits gave to the rock spirits with their own power. No wonder he didn't see the wood spirits when he summoned the stone spirits. No wonder the wood spirits had followed him before he set out for battle. It turned out that the 2 races really lived together and helped each other. It wasn't just a matter of protection and reliance. The biggest disadvantage of the rock spirits was that they could not fly. This was related to their body structure. However, the wood spirits could give the rock spirits the ability to fly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Pairs of colorful wings suddenly appeared behind each rock spirit's back. Those wings fluttered, bringing them along to fly nimbly. It was as if they were a part of themselves. There was not a hint of obscurity. The Monster Kings' faces darkened. They all rose into the air and attacked from the front and back. They surrounded the rock spirits from both sides. They looked like they would not let them break through the defense line. Those Saint Envoys who were still watching the battle could not sit still. They also swayed their bodies and went to help. For a moment, in mid-air, the many tyrants fought until the sky changed color. The sun and the moon dimmed. Under the collision of all kinds of laws, it seemed like the world was going to collapse. "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He looked at the embodiment and asked. The battlefield had suddenly shifted to the sky. The embodiment could not do anything at all. The embodiment grinned and said, "I also have the help of the wood spirits." Whoosh! Suddenly, light spread out from his back. 2 wings extended. After a leap, he directly jumped into the air. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He knew that the embodiment must have received help from the wood spirits before this. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He waved the myriad sword forward and shouted, "Kill!" Thousands of miles away from the blood door, 4 figures rushed toward the blood door. It would not take long for them to reach the battlefield. Each of these 4 figures had a terrifying aura. They were the 4 Saint Venerables of the ancient land. They had previously received Xiaowei's report and had gone to investigate the mountains and rivers bell. When they arrived, they had indeed seen the mountains and rivers bell. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they were unable to subdue it, let alone take it away. The bell was in a valley and did not move. They did not know why it had appeared out of thin air. The suppressive power of the bell was so strong that even the 4 Saint Venerables did not dare to underestimate it. Just as the 4 Saint Venerables were at their wits' end, they suddenly sensed an abnormal movement from the blood door. 3,000 miles was not close, but it was not far either. However, the 4 Saint Venerables had extremely sharp senses. The fierce battle there naturally could not escape their detection. In an instant, the 4 Saint Venerables knew that they had been lured away. They did not hesitate and immediately rushed back to the blood door. After all, the mountains and rivers bell could not escape. They could not lose the blood door. Before they could rush back to the blood door, an aura that made them feel shocked suddenly came from behind them. That aura spread out, making them feel as if they were being suppressed. Mountains and rivers bell. Old Dog suddenly turned around and stopped. Sure enough, he saw a stream of light chasing after them. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Luan Feng, Fanku, and Shihua's expressions changed greatly. They did not dare to face it head-on and hurriedly scattered to the sides. Xiao. The mountains and rivers bell flew past the four Saint Venerables and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Sherhua had a look of lingering fear. Just now, he thought that someone was going to use the mountains and rivers bell to suppress them. He was so scared that he almost used his source strength. However, the mountains and rivers bell had actually flown away. This situation was truly baffling to them. The other three Saint Venerables were also bewildered. Fanka suddenly thought of something and her face sank. Gritting her teeth, she said, "This mountains and rivers bell has a master." Luan Feng's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She said in shock, "You mean, the master summoned it?" Fanka coldly snorted. "Other than that, what other explanation is there?" Old Dog's face suddenly turned ugly. He looked at the blood door and said bitterly, "Who took the mountains and rivers bell and used it to distract us?" Fanka said, "No matter who it is, his goal is definitely the blood door. Let's go." After saying that, he quickly rushed forward. Luan Feng, Old Dog, and Sherhua exchanged a look and also hurried after him. Dozens of miles behind them, Xiao Wei had a bitter expression as he chased after the four Saint Venerables. However, he was not as fast as them and could only eat their dust. Just now, when the mountains and rivers bell suddenly flew over, he naturally saw it and knew that it was definitely Yang Kai's doing. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai like a dog, but at the same time, she couldn't help but worry for him, fearing that Yang Kai would encounter some kind of accident. Now that he was Yang Kai's sole slave, if Yang Kai died, he would definitely die. "Kid, you'd better be safe and leave quickly. The Saint Venerables have returned." Xiao Wei prayed in his heart. Above the blood door, the monsters were fighting. The rock spirits rushed left and right, but they could not break through the defense and were all trapped in place. After all, the difference in numbers was too great. Under the full strength of the Monster King, the rock spirits had nowhere to run. At this moment, a stream of light came from afar. Judging from the direction, it was coming from the center of the battlefield. That stream of light seemed to contain an extremely terrifying aura. Wherever it passed, the world buzzed and trembled. "Human, die." The burly Saint Envoy, who was injured by the embodiment, let out a roar as the phantom of a giant multicolored tiger suddenly appeared behind him. In a flash, the tiger lunged at Yang Kai and bit him. He had suffered a great loss from the embodiment once, so he did not dare to get too close. He just wanted to use his secret technique to kill this kid first. At this moment, the embodiment was entangled with another Monster King and could not free himself to help Yang Kai. Seeing the phantom of the giant tiger pouncing at him, the embodiment roared and released the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. The violent suction force pulled the blood and chi of the Monster King out. Chapter 2591. What the hell? The Monster King was shocked. When had he ever seen such a strange secret technique? Shocked, he wanted to retreat. However, the embodiment grinned maliciously and slapped him with its hand. Unfortunately, there was still a gap in strength. He could only watch as the Monster King broke free from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory and fled. At this moment, the burly Saint Emissary's attack arrived. "Don't worry about me," Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The embodiment, who was about to help, stopped. Whoosh. A stream of light flashed, and a small ancient bell suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand. The flowing time Great Emperor was modeled on the bell, but there were clear carvings of flowers, birds, rain, beasts, mountains, and rivers. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bell gently. Emperor Qi surged, and the small bell suddenly grew to the height of a person, blocking in front of him. Roar. The phantom of the giant multicolored tiger pounced in front of Yang Kai and bit down on the big bell. Clang. The sound of the bell shook the 9 heavens, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out with Yang Kai as the center. The ripples seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power. All creatures who heard the bell sound, whether it was the 30-odd Monster King or the rock spirit, were stunned, as if they were suppressed for no reason. The giant multicolored tiger was directly shaken and scattered, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. Puff. The burly saint emissary spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his spirits suddenly weakened. The phantom of the giant multicolored tiger was a full-force attack that he had used the power of his monster core. After it was shaken and scattered by the mountains and rivers bell, he also suffered a certain degree of backlash. The mountains and rivers bell. The burly saint emissary clutched his chest with one hand and staggered back. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. His mind was sluggish, and he could not believe his eyes. The mountains and rivers bell? This is impossible. Wasn't this thing stolen tens of thousands of years ago? How could it appear here? The demons were shocked, and the saint envoys were also exclaiming in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. There was nothing he could do about it. The mountains and rivers bell was just too famous. It was something that had been passed down from the savage, desolate, ancient land. No one knew the horror of the mountains and rivers bell better than them. But when he looked up, the big bell in front of the human being was exactly the same as the legendary ancient rare treasure. Thinking of the suppressive force just now, what else could it be but the mountains and rivers bell? All of a sudden, fear appeared in the eyes of the monster king. They might not put a trivial first-order emperor realm human in their eyes, but if this human had the mountains and rivers bell in his hand and could use its power at will, they would have no choice. That would be a different story. No one was willing to try the terrifying power of the mountains and rivers bell. With the bell in hand, the faces of the monster king and saint envoys turned cold, but they were wary of taking action. Yang Kai raised the mountains and rivers bell and shouted, "All of you, follow me." The rock spirits reacted and took advantage of the time when the monster kings were still in a daze to rush towards Yang Kai. They gathered around him. "Those who stand in my way will die." Yang Kai held the myriad sword in one hand. Raising the mountains and rivers bell high in the air, he let out an aggressive roar. After determining a direction, his figure flickered as he dashed in that direction. In that direction, there were several monster kings who were staring dumbfoundedly. Seeing Yang Kai leading a group of stone spirits, they were all taken aback. Before they could make way, Yang Kai raised the myriad sword and slammed it on the mountains and rivers bell. Dang. The deep sound of the bell almost converged into a shock wave visible to the naked eye, directly attacking the few monster kings blocking the way ahead. Wherever it passed, the space was suppressed. The expressions of the few monster kings changed drastically, and they cursed loudly. They didn't dare to hesitate and scattered to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack range of the shock wave. They had just retreated when Yang Kai led a group of rock spirits and rushed through them. He was so arrogant that it was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. Every monster king's expression was ugly, and the expressions of the 8 saint envoys were so gloomy that it was as if they could scrape off frost. This place had gathered the highest combat power of the ancient land's monster clan, but a human had killed his way in and out so unscrupulously. If news of this spread, where would they put their faces? But Yang Kai looked murderous, and they really didn't dare to be the first to eat crabs. Who knew what the consequences would be if they were really attacked by the mountains and rivers bell? Didn't they see the dispirited face of the burly saint envoy and his blood kept flowing out? This was only the power of the backlash. If they were hit directly, there wouldn't even be a speck of dust left. The monster kings all had different thoughts, so Yang Kai led the rock spirit clan out of the encirclement easily, and they were about to escape. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was leading the charge, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction in a daze. The rock spirits following closely behind also instinctively sensed traces of chilling aura growing in their hearts. Wong. The world suddenly trembled, and several small black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, those small black dots flew close, and 4 terrifying auras fell from the sky and gathered in one place. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down, making Yang Kai's chest feel heavy, and he almost couldn't breathe. Holy spirits! Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he stared at the 4 figures that suddenly appeared, his face as ugly as it could be. He knew that these 4 holy spirits must be on their way back, but he only needed a little bit of time to take the rock spirit clan back into the mysterious small world. At that time, He could use his space secret technique to escape from here. However, in front of these four holy spirits, this little bit of time was nothing but a luxury. Yang Kai's figure came to a halt, and so did the Rock Spirit clan, their eyes filled with despair. They knew that since these four holy masters had appeared, they would not be able to escape today. The elder smiled dryly. "Little brother, my Rock Spirit clan has implicated you. If he and Mu Na hadn't insisted that Yang Kai bring them to the blood sect, how could there be such a disaster today?" Speaking of which, it was indeed them who had implicated Yang Kai, so the elder's heart was filled with guilt. It's not the end of the road yet. It's too early for elder to say this. Yang Kai pursed his lips and shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the four holy spirits. He had been in the ancient lands for a long time, but he had heard of these four holy spirits for a long time. These four were the overlords of the entire ancient wildland. Fanhua, Luanfeng, Songgo, Shihua. Yang Kai looked at the faces of these four people, their names flashing across his mind. Luanfeng's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Little friend, have this queen seen you somewhere before?" "Little friend." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but in front of these powerful existences who had lived for who knows how many years, she was qualified to call him that. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. More than 10 years ago, on clear Jade Mountain outside Maplewood City, this junior was fortunate enough to see Master. I'm afraid Master doesn't remember. What he was talking about was naturally the time when he and Lu Xianyuan escaped from the Blue Feather sect and went to Maplewood City. At that time, a Luanfeng cub suddenly appeared on clear Jade Mountain, causing many cultivators to go to search for it. In the end, the Luanfeng suddenly appeared and burned countless cultivators with her world-extinguishing black flames, causing clear Jade Mountain to burn forever. At that time, it was also the first time he saw a real living holy spirit. At that time, the Luanfeng he saw was her true body, but now she had taken human form. However, there was only one holy spirit in this world, so Yang Kai naturally knew that this beautiful woman was the behemoth he saw back then. Hearing this, the Luanfeng's beautiful eyes flashed, seeming to have some impression of him, and nodded lightly. "Does Lady Feng know him?" Fanhua asked lightly. The Luanfeng smiled. "We just met once. I didn't expect him to grow to this extent in just a short 10 years. It seems that his talent is not low. In time, he will become a tyrant." Songgo sneered and stared at Yang Kai maliciously. "Only those who can grow can be called tyrants. The mountains and rivers bell actually belongs to him. It seems his opportunity is not small." Fanhua stared coldly at the mountains and rivers bell in Yang Kai's hand. The four Saint Masters were somewhat annoyed that someone had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now that they knew that the mountains and rivers bell belonged to Yang Kai, they naturally did not have good expressions, feeling that Yang Kai had tricked them. "Boy, how do you want to die?" Shihua suddenly took a step forward, and a substantial pressure rushed towards Yang Kai. Even with the mountains and rivers bell blocking it, Yang Kai still felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Elder Shirling spoke in a low voice. "Master Shihua, this little friend was kidnapped by this old man. Today's matter has nothing to do with him, so I ask Master not to make things difficult for him. If you can let him go, my Shirling clan will be at your disposal." Shihua sneered. "Isn't it a little too late to say that you will be at my disposal? Over the years, this king has tried to subdue you many times, but you disdained me. Now that you are at the end of your rope, you ask this king for help. Do you think this king will agree?" The elder's expression was dry, not knowing what to say. Shirling clan was not good with words. Shihua shouted coldly, "Today, your Shirling clan will either submit to us or be exterminated. As for this little brat, he dared to trick this king. Even the heavens can't save him." "Trick? Where did that come from?" The elder looked confused, obviously not knowing that Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The Saint Masters had been dominating the ancient lands for so many years, but today, they had been tricked by a human using the mountains and rivers bell. When this matter was brought up, everyone's face turned ugly. If this human was strong enough, it would be fine, but he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Shihua had no intention of explaining. With his status, he naturally disdained to explain too much, so he just said rudely, "Exterminate your clan or submit, Elder. You choose. Time is limited, so this king will give you 10 breaths." The Elder quickly said, "This old man just said that as long as Master can let this little friend go, my Shirling clan is willing to submit. This is not up to you. You are not qualified to bargain with this king." Shihua waved his hand, looking extremely impatient. The Elder looked at the other 3 Saint Masters and said bitterly, "Master, do you also agree?" Chapter 2592. Elder Qi's eyes swept over Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Song Go, but the results disappointed him greatly. These 3 looked indifferent and didn't say anything. "He's just a human, Master. Why are you making things difficult for him?" The Elder asked angrily. The other 3 Saint Venerables still did not say a word. Shihua coldly snorted and said, "Elder, don't be stubborn. This king and your Stone Spirit clan are somewhat related. If not for this, just based on today's matter, you have no other choice but to exterminate your clan. This king has already shown you mercy, so don't push your luck." The Elder wanted to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly said, "Elder, promise him that you don't need to worry about me." The Elder shouted in a low voice, "This matter was caused by our clan in the first place. We have implicated you, little friend. If we withdraw ourselves from this matter now, how can our clan face the world?" Xiao Xiao also shook his head vigorously, obviously unwilling to let the Elder give up on Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed helplessly and whispered, "If I was alone, I would have left already, but it's not too late to leave now. Take care. I'll take my leave first." Saying so, Yang Kai urged his space force and disappeared from where he stood. Now that he was sure that the 4 Saint Masters just wanted to subdue the Stone Spirit clan and not kill them all, Yang Kai was relieved. In this situation, the Stone Spirit clan definitely couldn't escape, so he could only think of a way to protect himself first. He didn't even have time to put his embodiment into the sealed world bead. However, the embodiment was still a stone spirit, so it shouldn't be in any danger if he mixed in with a group of stone spirits. After escaping from here, he could find a way to bring his embodiment back and even find an opportunity to take the Stone Spirit clan away, far away from this place. This bizarre scene caused Shihua, who was glaring at Yang Kai, to be slightly startled. Obviously, he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Fan Hua's eyes flashed and he shouted in amazement, "Space Divine Technique?" As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned sharply and he pointed in a certain direction. With a muffled snort, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Yang Kai who had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Yang Kai looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Fanku in shock. He never thought that the Holy Spirit would be able to grab him out of the void. Their eyes met for only a moment. But Fan Wu's face was as calm as an ancient well. No one could see any expression on his face. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and performed the teleportation secret technique again. His body turned into a void and disappeared from where he was standing. The Luan Feng's beautiful eyes glanced left and right before she suddenly opened her mouth. A jet of black flame shot out like an agile black serpent and disappeared into the void. A moment later, accompanied by a strange cry, Yang Kai appeared in a sorry state, with the world-destroying black flames chasing after him. They were like maggots in a tarsal bone that could not be shaken off. The old dog sneered. "This kid's comprehension of the Space Divine Technique is pretty good, but it's a pity. He's still a little lacking." Fanka said indifferently, "If he grows a little more, I'm afraid he will be able to come and go freely in front of us. At that time, no one will be able to stop him. The Space Divine Technique is indeed marvelous." Asterisk dang. Asterisk the sound of a bell rang out. At this critical moment, Yang Kai once again summoned the mountains and rivers bell to block in front of him, narrowly blocking the world-destroying black flames. After the bell rang, the world-destroying black flames that could burn all things were suddenly extinguished. Standing in midair, Yang Kai's face was ashen. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Master, you all joined hands to deal with this junior. This junior is really honored." Anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words,
But whether it was Fan Ku or the Luan Feng, they did not show much shame. Fan Wu said, "To deal with an extraordinary person, we naturally have to use extraordinary means. You don't need to be so sarcastic." Yang Kai sneered, but his heart sank to the bottom. He had never thought that his teleportation technique would be useless in front of these holy spirits. This had cut off his last path of retreat, and he was afraid that he was going to be in grave danger today. Human boy, this king does not want to bully the weak. If you want to live, it's not impossible. Cripple your own cultivation and leave behind the mountains and rivers Bell, then you can get out of the ancient lands. Shihua glared at Yang Kai, his eyes constantly sweeping over the mountains and rivers Bell, his eyes filled with greed. The elder angrily shouted, "Master, you want him to cripple his own cultivation? What's the difference between that and killing him?" Shihua turned his head and coldly said, "Elder, don't challenge this king's patience. This king has already been lenient enough. If you continue to be so stubborn, this king will have to teach you a lesson." The elder quickly said, "He is a guest of our race. Today's matter is also our race's fault. If you have any problems, Master can come at us." Shihua grinned fiendishly and nodded, "Good, since elder is so stubborn. This king will fulfill your wish." As soon as his words fell, he let out a roar and transformed into a 5-meter-tall stone giant, just like the Rock Spirit clan. However, Shihua's stone giant looked much more ferocious than the Rock Spirit clan. Dark black flames burned all over his body, looking somewhat similar to the Luan Feng's world-extinguishing black flames. On the surface of Shihua's body, sharp stone spikes stood erect. The extremely violent and evil aura he exuded was extremely uncomfortable, as if it had the effect of suppressing one's mind. After revealing his true form, Shihua sneered and beckoned to the elder, saying contemptuously, "Come at me together. This king will let you see what the gap in strength is." These words were too insulting. The Rock Spirit clan was a top master, born to be a fighting machine. So in the face of Shihua's provocation, how could they bear it? Without waiting for the elder's order, they roared and rushed forward. Even if the elder wanted to stop them, he was powerless at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and charge forward. In an instant, a total of 12 giant stone giants were entangled together, like 12 mountains colliding. Their fists danced in the air as they fought back and forth, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to turn upside down. The eyes of all the Monster King trembled as they watched. Such a pure contest of strength was rare, and they had fought with the Rock Spirit clan before, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with this group of stone giants. However, Shihua was facing off against the entire Rock Spirit clan by himself, and the scene was even more shocking. "Ha ha ha." Shihua laughed arrogantly, and the dark black flames on the surface of his body burned even more fiercely. The flames wrapped around his fists and seemed to be able to give him endless strength. As the fists flew back and forth, the Rock Spirit clan members complained incessantly. They could not even get close to Shihua. Occasionally, they could land a blow, but the sharp spikes on Shihua's body made the Rock Spirit clan members powerless. Hong. In the midst of the chaotic battle, a rock spirit was sent flying by Shihua. It smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Without waiting for the rock spirit to climb out of the hole, Fan Hua raised his hand and struck the rock spirit with a mark, hitting it right in the middle. The struggling rock spirit staggered and fell to his knees. He did not even have the strength to stand up. "Take him down." Fan Hua snorted coldly. Immediately, several Monster King flew over and surrounded the rock spirit, whose power was restricted. Each of them revealed their true forms and either pounced or bit the rock spirit, restraining him in place. Roar! The rock spirit was unwilling, but he was first struck by Fan Hua's seal, and his power was sealed by more than 80%. Then, he was restrained by the Monster King in their true forms. How could he move? He could only half kneel in place and look up at the sky, his face full of unwillingness. Hong. Another rock spirit was sent flying by a huge force, and another crater was created in the ground. Fan Hua did the same thing and struck the rock spirit again. Several other Monster King rushed forward
and subdued the rock spirit without waiting for orders. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk one after another, the rock spirits were blasted flying. With the power of a single clan against the sacred spirit rock fire, the situation was actually one-sided, causing the demon kings to be dazzled and exclaim in satisfaction. Among the four holy spirits, only Shihua could use such a barbaric and direct method to defeat the rock spirit clan. Other than Shihua, Fanhua, Luanfeng, and Songdog did not have this ability. It was not that the other three holy spirits were weaker than Shihua. If they were to compare, the Luanfeng was the strongest, Fanhua was the second, and Songdog was on par with Shihua. However, Shihua was the incarnation of a stone demon. Just like the stone spirits, he was born with extraordinary strength and tough skin. However, unlike the stone spirits, he had the help of a demonic flame and sharp spikes all over his body, giving him a huge advantage. In terms of strength, the Holy Spirit Shihua was on par with the Rock Spirit clan. In terms of strength, Shihua was miles ahead of the Rock Spirit clan. There was no need to fight. At this moment, even if the entire Rock Spirit clan was mobilized, they would not be a match for Shihua. 10 rock spirits and 1 avatar were all wiped out in less than half the time it takes to finish a pot of tea under Shihua's attack. Fanku had cast a restrictive spell on them, and they were all restrained by the demon kings. The rock spirits kept growling, their faces full of humiliation. Shihua stood proudly between heaven and earth, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked coldly at Yang Kai. In the previous battle, Yang Kai did not intervene. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. Fanhua's divine sense was locked on him, so he could not move at all. Boy, this king gave you a chance. Since you are not willing to waste your cultivation, this king will send you on your way. As soon as Shihua finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he slapped the mountains and rivers bell in front of him. The ancient exotic treasure instantly grew to the height of a grown man and blocked in front of Yang Kai. The sound of the bell rang out, turning into a shockwave that met Shihua's fist head-on. Shihua sneered, "If you were a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had this bell in hand, this king might have been a little bit afraid. Unfortunately, you are only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How much power can you exert from this bell?" Shihua did not try to dodge this punch and directly blasted towards the shockwave. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly split apart, and although Shihua's fist was slightly blocked, it still smashed into the mountains and rivers bell without slowing down. Another sound of the bell rang out, and Shihua's huge body shook as he was forced to retreat a few steps. On the other hand, Yang Kai was shaken by the huge force, causing the blood in his chest to roil. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. Ancient exotic treasure, worthy of its reputation. Shihua was not angry, but happy. He gulped as he looked at the mountains and rivers bell that flew out with Yang Kai, the greed in his eyes growing stronger. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master had blocked his attack with the mountains and rivers bell. If he could subdue such a treasure, he would even dare to compete in the dragon race. Chapter 2593. Scrambling to his feet, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with an undetectable light as he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands. The mountains and rivers bell that had been sent flying suddenly began to spin, turning into the size of a house. A suppressive force that enveloped the world suddenly burst forth and crashed down on Shihua, who was approaching him step by step. "Watch out." Songgo's face changed slightly as he warned in a low voice. Shihua was also taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Kai's physique to be so strong. Even after taking his indirect blow, he didn't suffer much damage. If it had been an ordinary first-order Emperor Realm Master, he would have been dead by now. The suppressive force made his body sluggish. Seeing the mountains and rivers bell coming down on him, it was already too late for him to dodge. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk in front of everyone's eyes, the huge mountains and rivers bell directly suppressed Shihua, sealing him tightly. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed maniacally as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a look of satisfaction, "Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink this young master's foot-washing water." Fanku, Luanfeng, and Tsongo's faces all turned black. Although the four Saint Masters of the ancient land often didn't see eye to eye with each other, and even had some small conflicts, they were still bound together for good or ill. Shihua was suppressed by Yang Kai's mountains and river's bell, which made the other three's faces turn ugly. This Shihua was a disgrace to these Saint Masters. Although Yang Kai could do this by relying on the power of the ancient exotic artifact, his cultivation wasn't high. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master was no different from an ant in the eyes of these Saint Masters. Now that Shihua was suppressed by an ant, it was tantamount to slapping their faces. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk suddenly. A series of explosions and angry roars came from the mountains and river's bell. Obviously, the angry Shihua was bombarding the mountains and river's bell. He wanted to escape from it. However, the suppressive force of this ancient exotic artifact was no small matter. The Phoenix True Fire had been suppressed by it for tens of thousands of years and couldn't move at all. Even though Shihua was a divine spirit, he was powerless. Instead, the buzzing sound of the bell made the surrounding Monster King's blood boil. All of them looked uncomfortable. The weakest, Hu Li, and the burly Saint Envoy, who was heavily injured, both coughed up blood. His face was pale. Shihua, who was inside the mountains and river's bell, was probably not much better off. The bell chimes contained a tremendous amount of power, and he was inside the mountains and river's bell, so he was the most affected. Shihua, stop! Fan Wu shouted coldly. Shihua probably also sensed that something was wrong and stopped his barbaric charge. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard coming from the mountains and river's bell. He was like a trapped beast, and his breathing was mixed with unparalleled anger and killing intent. He was suppressed here by Yang Kai. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The evil fire in his body surged up like a volcano erupting. Kid, you've got guts. Fanka coldly looked at Yang Kai and said indifferently, release Shihua, or you'll die for sure. Yang Kai grinned. He stood in place. He staggered slightly and said indifferently, Master, if you want to make a move, then go ahead. In front of you, this young master knows that he can't leave. Since I can't leave, then I won't leave. Aren't you afraid of death? Fan Wu coldly snorted. Yang Kai coldly looked at him and said indifferently, Master, it's easy to kill me, but if you kill me, I'm afraid Shihua will be suppressed here for many years. Perhaps one day in the future, someone will be able to subdue the mountains and river's bell. Release Shihua, but it's definitely not anyone here. Once he said that, the expressions of the holy venerates sank. They all knew that Yang Kai was right. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the mountains and river's bell was still in the savage, desolate ancient lands, they had tried many times to subdue it, but in the end, no one succeeded. In the end, it was stolen by a guy called Yuan Ding. It was a great shame. If they really killed Yang Kai today, they were afraid that Shihua would be suppressed in the mountains and river's bell forever, unless one day someone could subdue this exotic, desolate, ancient treasure and release him. Luan Feng squinted her beautiful eyes and said, Little friend, you're still young. Why do you keep talking about death? Release Shihua, and we can talk about it. Yang Kai sneered, When I wanted to leave, you master insisted on making me stay. Now you want to talk about it? This young master doesn't feel safe at all. Fanku and Luan Feng's faces turned ugly when they heard this. They felt that they had smashed their own feet with a stone. Luan Feng took a deep breath and said, Then what do you want to do to make you feel safe? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked around. Let me take the Stone Spirit clan and leave this place first. When we're a few thousand miles away, I will take the mountains and river's bell and release Shihua. That way, I may feel a little safer. As long as they were a few thousand miles away, he could take the Stone Spirit clan and fly away. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. Fanka said, Don't you think your request is a little too much? If you leave by yourself, this king can turn a blind eye to it. Why do you have to involve the Stone Spirit clan? Yang Kai smiled, Master, you have 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys under your command. The Stone Spirit clan is just icing on the cake. A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. Master, why do you insist on this? Instead of forcing the Stone Spirit clan to be loyal to you, it's better to set them free.
I'm sure the elders will be grateful to you. If you encounter any trouble in the future, perhaps they can help. Fan Ku smiled contemptuously. What kind of trouble can this king encounter? Yang Kai said seriously, 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Who can say for sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Fan Ku stopped smiling and asked indifferently. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just looked at him with firm eyes. Fan Ku, the Luan Feng, and the Tsang dog glanced at each other, and their divine senses surged as if they were communicating. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but his heart was beating like a drum. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress Shihua, although it had given him a chance of survival, who knew if the remaining 3 saint sovereigns would care about Shihua? If they wanted to kill him, even if Shihua had to be suppressed here, then he would have to fight with all his strength. The hope was not great, but it was better than being captured without a fight. Just as Yang Kai was feeling nervous, Fan Ku looked at him again, as if he had reached a consensus with the Luan Feng and the Tsang dog. Yang Kai immediately became nervous and looked at him. Your condition? Fan Ku said indifferently, this king agrees. Hearing this, Kai Yang immediately let out a sigh of relief, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fan Ku was a saint master, and since he had said it, he would not go back on his words. However, Fan Ku changed the topic, causing Yang Kai's heart to sink again. This king has another condition. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he hesitated. What condition? He secretly decided that if the other party's condition was too difficult, he would fight them to the death. This bell. Fan Ku pointed at the mountains and rivers bell and said in an unquestionable tone, it must be kept. The mountains and rivers bell was too dangerous. These saint masters couldn't subdue it, and once it fell into the hands of an outsider, it would be a threat to them. After all, Yang Kai suppressed Shihua with his first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. If a third-order Emperor Realm master came, wouldn't the mountains and rivers bell be enough to suppress all 4 of them? So, no matter what, this thing had to be kept. If they couldn't subdue it, no one else could use it. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. Master's condition is too overbearing, isn't it? Fan Ku coldly snorted. You trespassed into the Blood Door's forbidden area, which is a capital offense. This king can spare your lives, so you should feel lucky. It's not up to you to bargain. Luan Feng also chimed in. After all, artifacts are just worldly possessions. Keeping it in exchange for more than a dozen of your lives, don't you think it's not worth it, little friend? Song Dog also smiled slightly. What's more, this bell originally belonged to the ancient lands, so it can be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. That's right. Fan Ku nodded lightly. Yang Kai ground his teeth so hard that they almost broke. No one knew better than him how powerful the mountains and rivers bell was. He had spent more than a year in the shattered star sea to subdue this ancient exotic treasure. If he handed it over now, it would be equivalent to wasting a year's worth of effort and losing a trump card. No matter how he looked at it, it was a loss. But Luan Feng was right. After all, artifacts were just worldly possessions. Compared to his own life and the future of the Stone Spirit clan, it was really nothing. The most important thing was, he couldn't do anything now. If he didn't agree, Shihua wouldn't be able to escape, and he himself would be in deep trouble. The future of the Stone Spirit clan would be bleak. Fine. Yang Kai shouted, full of unwillingness. I can keep the mountains and rivers bell, but sooner or later, this young master will come and take it back personally. Song Dog sneered and said disdainfully, shameless boasting. He didn't deny that Yang Kai's aptitude was indeed good, and he had great hopes of breaking through to the third-order Emperor realm, but if he wanted to take back the mountains and rivers bell from them, he would have to become one of the great emperors to be qualified. Fanhua also shook his head and smiled, obviously not taking Yang Kai's words to heart. Since you've agreed, remove your soul brand from this bell. Don't even think about playing any tricks. This king will personally check it. If I find anything wrong with it, don't blame this king for not showing mercy. Master, are you kidding me? Yang Kai shouted. If I remove the brand now, won't Shihua come out and fight me? Luan Feng smiled and said, you're being careful. Don't worry, with us here, Shihua won't do anything to you. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't believe you.
unless you make him swear an oath. The faces of Fan Hua and the others sank as they secretly felt that Yang Kai was being too unreasonable. Their identities were right there, and they had already spoken so clearly, yet this little brat was still making excuses. It was really infuriating. Shi Hua's angry roar came from the mountains and rivers bell. Impudent brat, what qualifications do you have to make this king swear an oath? Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, if you don't follow the rules, what's the harm in swearing an oath? Could it be that Master Shi Hua really wants to fight me as soon as he comes out? If that's the case, then Master should be prepared to be suppressed inside forever. This brat's life is cheap, so it's not a loss for you to be suppressed for a lifetime. Chapter 2594. This king is pissed off. Shi Hua roared inside the mountains and rivers bell, causing it to hum loudly, little brat, don't let this king escape, otherwise, you will be the first to suffer. Hearing this, Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Songgo's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Just now, Yang Kai said that he was afraid Shi Hua would cause trouble for him after he escaped. But now, Shi Hua said it himself, as if he wouldn't stop until he did something to Yang Kai. How brainless could he be to say such words? Shi Hua, don't talk nonsense. Luan Feng couldn't help but shout, afraid that Shi Hua would say something irreversible. Yang Kai pointed at the mountains and rivers bell with a frightened face. Master, did you hear that? How can I remove the soul brand of the mountains and rivers bell like this? Although this little brat's life is worthless, I don't want to die in vain. Fanka's face became sullen as he stared at Yang Kai and said, Shi Hua's temper is very stubborn. It's impossible for him to make an oath, so don't count on it. However, he can promise not to trouble you after you escape. Yang Kai snorted, you are you. He is he. How do you know what he thinks? Fan Hua turned to the mountains and rivers bell. Shi Hua, state your position. The mountains and rivers bell was silent for a while before Shi Hua's voice sounded reluctantly, all right, this king won't lower himself to that little brat's level. What do you think? Fan Hua looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, letting out a hollow laugh. Just a few words, it doesn't hurt or itch. I still don't feel safe. How about you let me take the Shi Ling clan and leave for a few thousand li? Impossible. Fan Hua said impatiently, if you think you can't accept this king's condition, then Shi Hua can only be suppressed. And you will stay here forever. Yang Kai was proficient in the Space Force, and if he really wanted to go a few thousand li away, Fan Hua wasn't sure he could stop him, so how could he agree? Yang Kai's face turned ugly. Is there no room for discussion? Fan Hua slightly raised his hand. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, this king will kill you. Think it over carefully. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, his face full of humiliation. It was rare for him to be forced to such an extent, but today, he was truly forced into a desperate situation. Fan Hua continued to raise his hand, but his aura became more and more dangerous. Seeing that he was about to make a move, Yang Kai sighed heavily and said, I agree. Fan Hua nodded slightly, not surprised at all. After all, no one would treat their own life lightly. He said indifferently, release the stone fire first. Yang Kai formed a hand seal and raised his hand. The huge mountains and rivers bell buzzed, revealing Shi Hua, who had been suppressed inside. Black flames burned on Shi Hua's body, and his eyes were filled with unparalleled anger. Yang Kai was secretly on guard. Once he found something wrong with the stone fire, he would immediately suppress it again. It was just that there was an element of luck in suppressing him just now. Now that he was on guard, the chances of success were not high. Fortunately, Shi Hua only glared at him and snorted coldly. He didn't do anything else. Remove your soul brand, Fan Hua urged. Yang Kai took back the mountains and rivers bell, looking at it for a while with a reluctant face. Then, his divine sense surged, using a secret technique to remove the soul brand from the mountains and rivers bell. The small and exquisite mountains and rivers bell flashed and suddenly became very simple. Yang Kai casually threw it. He threw it at Fan Hua. Fan Hua flicked his sleeve and caught the mountains and rivers bell, but the moment it touched his hand, a huge force came over him, making him unable to catch it. With a bang, the mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground, shaking the ground. as if it had taken root and remained motionless. An ancient rare treasure, worthy of its reputation. Fan Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Even though the mountains and rivers bell had become an ownerless object, he couldn't pick it up. In this world, perhaps only the master who could subdue it could use it at will. A violent wave of power suddenly fluctuated. "Shi Hua, what are you doing?" Luan Feng shouted at the same time. Fan Hua's expression changed slightly as he looked up to see Shi Hua rushing towards Yang Kai with a ferocious grin on his face, his fist burning with black flames, smashing towards Yang Kai as he shouted, "Boy, die." Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Although he had always been vigilant against Shi Hua, he never expected that this guy, a Saint Master, would actually go back on his word. As soon as he saw that Yang Kai had lifted the Mountains and Rivers Bells brand, he actually decided to kill him. In such a hurry, Yang Kai had no time to dodge. The scorching power seemed to be able to melt the space within a radius of several dozen meters, and the huge fist seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with one punch, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and was directly smashed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the rock spirits roared in unison. Their eyes were filled with rage, especially the embodiment, who could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai was smashed to the point where even his shadow was nowhere to be seen. The power in his huge body suddenly went berserk, but he was restrained by the many monster kings and was unable to break free. "Shi Hua, do you know what you are doing?" Luan Feng's pretty face was extremely cold, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Fan Hua and Song Dog's expressions also turned ugly. They had just promised Yang Kai to let him live, but Shi Hua actually went back on his word. He was so angry that he didn't even care about their credibility. Once this matter came out, how would their subordinates, the Monster King, view them? How would they be able to establish themselves in the ancient lands in the future? The strongest forces in the entire ancient lands were gathered here, and dozens of pairs of eyes were watching them. "It's over. It's over." Not far away, Xie Wuwei's face turned pale, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Even if he was a monster king who was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he couldn't help but feel despair at the scene before him. Although he was far behind the 4 Saint Masters before, he had been here for some time and had been on edge for Yang Kai's safety. When he saw Yang Kai reach an agreement with the 4 Saint Masters, he secretly rejoiced that he had escaped a disaster. But he didn't expect Shi Hua to go back on his word and attack a First-Order Emperor Realm Master with the strength of a Saint Master. He was Yang Kai's sole slave, so he was closely related to Yang Kai's life and death. If Yang Kai died, he couldn't live alone. It was really over now. He was implicated by Yang Kai and died. Xie Wuwei's face was filled with grief and indignation. If he had known this would happen, he would have died in the myriad spirit tomb. At least it was the final destination of the ancient land's inhabitants, and they wouldn't be lonely in death. But now, he had died here for no reason, and there wouldn't even be anyone to collect his corpse. But soon, Xie Wuwei realized that something was wrong. Because he didn't die, he touched his body in disbelief. He could clearly feel the heartbeat coming from his chest. His eyes suddenly focused, as if he had realized something, and he quickly looked towards the big hole in the ground. He wasn't dead, which meant that Yang Kai wasn't dead either. But how was that possible? How could he survive the sneak attack of a Saint Master? "Shi Hua." Fan Ke gritted his teeth and shouted word by word, his eyes filled with a cold light. He has already removed the brand of the Mountains and Rivers Bell as agreed before, so why do you still want to kill him? Don't you even have this little bit of tolerance? Tolerance? Shi Hua coldly snorted, the burning flames on his body gradually converging as he said in a booming voice, "This king only knows how to take revenge for revenge. This brat dared to use the Mountains and Rivers Bell to suppress this king, so he deserves to die." He turned his head and glanced at the other 3 Saint Masters leisurely. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you want to fight with this king over this brat? Don't make trouble. This brat is already dead, and the dead have no value." Although his words were quite shameless, it was undeniable that this was the case. What value could a dead person have? What was the point of falling out with Shi Hua over Yang Kai? You shouldn't have done this, Fan Ke said with a sullen face. He wasn't regretting Yang Kai's death, he was just angry that Shi Hua didn't keep his word. When one's status and strength reached their level, one's word was worth 1,000 gold. Sometimes, words spoken were more important than one's life. All right. Song Dog jumped out to smooth things over. What's done is done. It's meaningless to blame him. This matter is our fault. This human should be buried. It seemed that for them, being able to bury Yang Kai was already a great honor for Yang Kai. The Luan Feng nodded slightly inside. This little friend should also be a peerless genius. This queen will handle this matter and will not treat him unfairly. Fan Ke nodded and glared fiercely at Shi Hua. Shi Hua stood in place with an indifferent expression and just grinned. It feels good to vent my anger. At this moment, the few Saint Masters seemed to have sensed something and turned their heads to look in a certain direction. They saw a figure rushing over. It seemed to be a woman, but her strength wasn't very strong, only at the level of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Following closely behind this woman was another Second Order Emperor Realm Master. The two of them quickly flew over, one in front and one behind. The woman flying in front looked extremely anxious. A group of small monster beasts guarding outside tried to intercept them, but they were all beaten down by the Second Order Emperor Realm Cultivator. In a flash, the two figures rushed over. Asterisk schwa schwa. Asterisk both of them froze in midair. The woman in the lead looked down at the big pit below in disbelief, tears gushing out of her eyes like pearls from a broken necklace. The woman following behind him had a disheveled head and face. She was sloppy and her clothes were tattered. These two people rushed into the place where the monster beasts gathered and rushed in front of the four Saint Masters. They looked like they didn't know how to write the word death, which made many monster beasts click their tongues in amazement. Ruashi, the embodiment, looked at the figure in midair with a bitter expression and secretly sighed. Ruashi suddenly rushed out because she saw the scene of Yang Kai being attacked by Shi Hua. That was why she was so reckless. The one who came with Ruashi was undoubtedly Iceheart Valley's third brother. The third brother stood behind Ruashi with a fierce expression on his face and a strange sound coming from his mouth, like a wild beast defending its territory and warning others not to approach. However, Fan Ke only glared at him and the third brother shivered and shrank into a ball. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.